Well, good morning, everyone. It's Tuesday, April 19th, 2022. Welcome to our Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole. Today, Councillor Graham and Councillor Cermak will be joining us electronically. And as a reminder, all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 40-1. There has been an agenda circulated. I would be looking for a motion to adopt that agenda. Councillor Swanson, all those in favor? And that is carried very much.
Here, yes.
Thanks, guys. Then again, adoption of the minutes from the last meeting, January 17th, 2022. I hope you've had a chance to review those as circulated. Is there any errors, omissions, or substantial deviation from the fact? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to adopt those minutes. Councillor Melhoff, any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's
In favor.
And that's carried. Thank you so much. That brings us to item number 4, and that's the DUST program review. And I think I'll probably turn the floor across to Mr. Magnus.
All right. So good morning, everyone. Every year, the administration of Clearwater County looks at each and every program which are currently in effect as it relates to innovation, new products, efficiencies, new technology, legislation, industry standards, and most importantly, cost savings. Myself, as Director of Public Works Operations, works with my team, one of which is Caitlin beside me, to manage our department in such a way that we minimize, to the best of our abilities, any increase in the operations budget from year to year, as do all directors for each department. As such, along with what I had just mentioned earlier, we also look at those programs which we would consider a nice to have, or a want, or what would be considered a luxury. With the current and in all likelihood continued economic and inflation challenges faced by our ratepayers, and therefore Clearwater County councillors, administration would be remiss if we did not, as our duty, bring forward options for council's consideration that could help to keep the increase in operational costs to a minimum, not only for the upcoming year of 2023, but for the next years thereafter. As a result, this takes me back to the nice-to-have programs, in particular one type of program, which Clearwater County offers, and it is the dust suppression program. Thus, staff today have put before council recommendations whereby the Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole consider the value of the dust suppression program and therefore provide guidance and consensus in consideration of the following options. A, keeping the program as is, or B, eliminating the program in its entirety, or C, eliminating or adjusting the subsidization of the program, or D, eliminating the SB 90 option to the program itself. To assist the committee, some key points to consider are the following. The total 2022 budget set aside to manage and operate the dust suppression program is $924,653. 2. Since 2012, the budget associated with the program has steadily increased. 3. We anticipate the advertised 2022 contract price for the SB 90 oil-based contract price to be well over $7,000, if not more, up from $5,250. 4. Clearwater County ratepayers subsidize the SB 90 program at 50% and the water-based chloride option at 66%. Currently, we have just over 70 kilometers of SB 90 dust suppression in place within Clearwater County, which to one extent or another continues to be maintained by Clearwater County staff, whether under warranty or not, which when taken into account translates to a more accurate subsidization rate of 56% Clearwater County and 44% applicants. Number 6, of the 10 neighboring counties researched out, only 2, including ourselves, provide an oil-based option for dust suppression. Their only option available is the water-based chloride option. Given the aforementioned, I will now turn it over to Council for discussion and along with any concerns or questions you might have.
Well, thank you for that. I may start with a question myself. Is there some of the SB 90 that we actually have in our own inventory that we are going to need to maintain for whatever purpose, even if the program was canceled?
Just to clarify, as in ones that we as an organization have paid for?
Right, where we hold the full control, full costs of those.
There's a few that we have at some community halls, but we've kind of been phasing them out more towards the calcium one.
Okay.
And then of course there was the joint one that we had with the town on River Road, but that one will be going when that road gets rebuilt.
So I guess part of my thing there, we will still probably need to maintain or replace the equipment we use in the SB 90 program, or at least retain it to be able to do the warranty work for a period of time, even if the program was reduced or canceled.
Yeah, at a minimum, it would be the 3 years, right,
Okay.
till the warranty is up on those current ones.
Okay, and, okay, fair enough. Councillor Radcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. You could help me understand the life cycle of these options, like particularly the SB 90. Maybe for a start, how often would we apply the calcium chloride mixture?
It gets applied annually, so you have to sign up every year. We warranty it until September 30th of the year that it's applied. So if for any reason, if it's put down and it's not suppressing the dust, or just, if accidentally gets graded over, then we will reapply it up until September 30th of that year. After which point we won't reapply it, but if it's still in pretty good condition, we'll do our best to kind of not touch it.
Okay, how is it affected by grading?
If there's moisture, so if it's raining or if we have a water truck out, we can grade them, especially if there's like redding or potholes. It'll reactivate the chlorides in it. If there's no moisture, we do advise the grader operators to kind of not touch them unless it's a hazard or something that we need to. But for the most part, if there's no moisture, we'll tell them, and if they're in good condition, we'll tell them to try and avoid them.
Yeah. Okay. Here on page 8, we have this little chart showing how many of each type were put in over the period of 2016 to 2021. And where the SB 90 is warranted for 3 years, and the calcium chloride is only good for 1, to me the numbers are kind of skewed. That if we didn't put SB 90 down, let's say take 2021, that if we didn't put SB 90 down on those 24, we would now be doing that instead of every 3 years or more, we would now be doing that once a year. Am I making sense? So that the 24 SB 90s would be equivalent to about the same, the 78 of calcium chloride. Because once we put SB 90 down, it's good for at least 3 years.
So, for clarification, so what you're saying here, Councillor Radcliffe, is that you're putting forward a suggestion that we provide a 1-year warranty on the SB 90? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that the chart isn't isn't even, you know, saying that there was only 24 SB 90 sections laid down compared to 78 of the calcium chloride. If it was all calcium chloride, we would have like double the number. We'd have 150 or so sections being done, simply because the SB 90 has a longer life.
Okay.
Okay. What is the typical life of the SB 90?
I wouldn't be confident enough to tell you what the typical life is, but what we will warranty it for is for the 3 years. We've seen them last past that, but we've also seen them start to fail before that. So I can't really give you a typical.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen, since my time, I've encountered SB 90 dust suppressions that have been there for the full 10 years that I've been here, if not longer.
Yeah.
And as pointed out in the appendix, we give you some idea of some of the conditions that can affect these SB 90s in staying 3 years, and staying 1 year, and staying 15 years, you know, remaining in place. And as pointed out in one of the attachments, that can be geographical conditions, topographical, percentage and type of fines in the gravel, moisture content of the gravel itself, along with one that needs to be considered is traffic as well, the type of traffic that is on that roadway as well. Okay, that affects it.
Okay,
But what I need to emphasize to every single one of these SB 90s that are put down exactly the same way every single time for every single one. It's these things, these conditions that can affect the longevity of these SB 90s.
Okay, that kind of,
Okay, I'm gonna go to Ms. Serhan, and then
Okay.
Councillor Swanson, and we'll come back to you for another question. I'm sure there's gonna be lots of opportunity to ask
okay.
multiple questions here. This is a complex issue for sure.
I just wanted to touch on the question that Councillor Radcliffe had. So when, if SB 90 would be only 1 year of that, so you would need to take into account all 3 years of those applications. So if you're comparing it to the 3 years of the SB 90. So if there's 78 1-year applications of the calcium chloride, how many were in the 2nd year and how many were in the 3rd year? And that would be equal to the SB 90's 3-year life, right?
That's where I was coming from, yes.
Yeah.
And Councillor Swanson, please.
Can you give, it's maybe before, I'm looking at the 15 subdivisions and how we do a bylaw in regards, for example, for the people of Crimson Lake in regards to their SB 90 that they pay on their tax roll every year. Can you give some background for me in regards to the 15 subdivisions where they're maybe sitting at as far as in that 3-year cycle? How many are left, how many are not? And should we be, my follow-up to that will be, is that an opportunity for those particular residents to maybe look at a permanent solution?
For the subdivisions, we haven't done that bylaw since Crimson Lake, and I think theirs is done now. So we just treat it as a, like what our current policy is. So if there's, let's say 20 residents and only 5 of them want dust suppression, we kind of leave it up to them if they want to pay for this much or this much. We don't have like a minimum standard for whoever has to sign up. Off the top of my head, I know we had 2 subdivisions last year, and the year before that, maybe 1 or 2. Yeah. So there's less than 5 that are still under warranty. Yeah.
Councillor Radcliffe, I suggest you probably have a question ready.
I wasn't sure if you had something. Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. we were talking before about how every application is the same. Some sites that I'm most familiar with are in Ferrier. And the original Ferrier Drive is probably 10 years older or more, and is a smooth service and still in reasonable condition. But another road running to the east was done 2 years ago, I think, and it fell apart in the first year and was repeated. I'm trying to understand how that happens. You know, is it just road, is it just the conditions that you list there? And when that went down, the surface was not smooth. It was very rough, almost looked fluffy, and it broke up very quickly. Is there an explanation for that? Can you help me understand?
Yeah, I'll try to address it the best I can. As Kurt said, as far as the process, it is exactly the same for each one that we put down. And we follow the procedure that the supplier recommends. But like we have put in the appendixes, it is completely subjective to the existing road conditions, the substructure, the gravel that's used, the temperature on the day it's put down, the moisture content of the gravel, the fines in the gravel. Yeah, you can see totally different ones, as you've pointed out, in the exact same neighborhood.
Yeah. Okay.
I guess I might have a comment, and maybe having had the benefit of being more familiar with this program over a number of years. My understanding is like you essentially go above and beyond the manufacturer's recommendation, even because you used to use a rotor tiller to kind of mix this material, to mix the oil with whatever gravel is put down as well. So I think kind of the county has went above and beyond the manufacturer's recommendations in thorough mixing and has had pretty good experience with that. But I suppose there is some materials or fines within that mix that make some areas more difficult to maintain than other areas, and maybe perhaps the road substrate. I mean, just trying to share some of the stuff that's been shared with me in the past, on understanding how the product has mixed results in different areas. Additional questions? Oh, Councillor Malhoff, sorry.
No worries. Thanks, Reeve. I'm curious if we were to switch exclusively to KCL, what the budget implication would be for that. Provided the same people are still signing up, because obviously that may change their decision to want to sign up.
Yep. So the immediate cost savings, and I know I put it in here, but I'm not sure where I put it. The immediate cost savings of removing that SB90 were about 196,000. And then of course, we've got those ones that are still under warranty for the next 3 years. So it was, I think 40,000 in the first year, 60,000 the second year.
Yeah, so just further to Caitlin's here, we did indicate at the very bottom of the dust suppression budget graph that's given to you, and I'll just expand on that a little bit. We indicated there the total estimated 3-year cost from 2019 to 2021 borne by Clearwater County for the SB90 dust suppression was just a little over $1 million. So we're potentially seeing a savings, accounting for the fact that we still need to account for the SB9 dust suppression that's still under warranty. We're probably looking at a good, just a little over 300,000 in savings moving forward.
In a yearly or
Yeah,
every 3 year?
Yeah, about that.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Sorry to interrupt, guys.
Go ahead, Sydney.
Is there any way that my volume can be turned up? I'm just having a hard time hearing some of you guys.
We'll try to find a way to do that for you, Sydney. Maybe we'll talk a little louder too, if that helps at all.
All right, thank you. While I have your attention, I guess I'll say what I'm thinking with this topic. I apologize if anyone has said this. Like I said, I can't really hear you guys great. And I'm also going to start off by saying that this program has zero to do with my gravel truck, so it is not a pecuniary interest for me. In my opinion, we should get rid of the SB 90 and keep the calcium. In my opinion, the pavement product is more of a safety concern than anything. In the winter, it ices right up. It gets potholes like crazy, and they can't just be fixed with a grader, whereas with the calcium product, if it gets rough, a grader can just run over it and fix it. And it's also extremely inconvenient to employees, in my experience, for the pavement product as well. It affects many other programs that wouldn't even be included in the extra costs of it. And I believe that the calcium does the same job, and it would be cheaper to do that and better for employee time. And you don't have to worry too about ratepayers being upset that, you know, their neighbors got to keep theirs, but theirs got taken out and everything like that, which would be less of a headache for employees as well, but they would still be getting the dust control that they desire. So that is my perspective on what we're talking about.
And if I may, and thank you, Councillor Graham, again, back to yourself there, Councillor Malhave, you had asked that, and I did point that out we did find it just on the, I'm not sure what page it is, it's page 3 of 10 on this particular agenda item, but I'll just read it back to you. If so considered, this would decrease the overall budget associated with the dust suppression program by approximately 39%, or equivalent to $360,800. And back to Councillor Graham, a point she made that definitely needs to be considered is the manpower used in regards to running this program. I know Council is very ambitious in regards to bringing on additional surface roads over the next few years, and being very, I know each and every one of you being very prudent and good stewards along with ourselves. We're going to try everything we can to try to, of course, keep operational costs to minimum. But as we bring on additional surface roads, we do hit that magic number where we got to bring on another plow truck, 2 additional personnel, etc. So line painting, fixing these roads, so personnel for crack sealing, etc., etc. And what we found over the last few years is that we're needing to take away people when these calls come in that their dust suppression is, for whatever reason, they're not happy with it or whatever. We look at it again or relay it or do what we can to bring it to their satisfaction, is we take people away from other areas, and that's our surface roads, particularly our surface roads. And that's not going to lessen in any way as we move forward. So something to consider as well. We're pulled in different directions here, and we're just trying to, myself, if this Direction Council wants to continue to have this program in place and continue to subsidize it in this manner, that's fine. That's Council's direction, and we'll abide by that. But again, we'd be remiss if we didn't point out to each of you the realities of the program itself and its impact and implication to the remaining programs as we move forward.
I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reid. Do you get more calls about the SB 90 or that it is not working than with the calcium chloride?
I wouldn't say we get calls that they're not working, but we definitely get more calls about the SB 90 and potholes or rough or some type of hazard. But I wouldn't say we get a lot of calls that they're not working.
Okay. So it's not that the road is still dusty with calcium chloride then? Like people aren't complaining about that?
No.
Okay.
I had I had gone back and looked at the complaints that I had received for the last 3 years and work orders and stuff. And I know last year there was 2 calls from individuals who said their dust suppression was working, they were calcium, but the dust was rolling into their yards from like, you know, the northwest wind or something. But, you know, as just going back to the warranty program, if we do get calls that they don't feel that it's working, we will go out right away and check it and respray it. But yeah. Did that answer your question? Sorry.
Yes, partly. I'm just trying to get a balanced understanding of the options, here. I've heard a number of complaints. Pardon me, this COVID doesn't go away. About the SB 90 being ripped up when, you know, it was still in reasonable condition. And, you know, being told by the grader operator that after 3 years, they can rip it up if they want. How is that determined?
I'll start with it and then I'll start with this and then I'll turn it over to Caitlin. So part of the responsibility associated with Caitlin's position is she goes out and she looks at every single dust suppression that's put down, okay, every single one. And she has a rubric criteria that she follows in terms of assessing. And 2 of the key points she looks for is safety. So is it still safe to travel on? Okay. Is it to the point where we can still, even after the warranty, that we can do something to it to maintain its life? That ultimately it comes to a point where in her assessment, she sees, no, it's done. Okay, it is now taking us more time and effort and money to fix this, and there's no guarantee that'll bring this any more life to it, and now it becomes a safety issue. So it gets put back into the road. The other one is it functioning in regards to providing dust suppression? So what we have to remember, it is still a gravel road. It is not pavement, okay? You can, many of these counties don't actually pack it down, okay? They just mix it in, so it still, in essence, looks like a gravel road. But the key is, does it provide dust suppression? Okay, so Caitlin will look at that and she'll say, okay, is it functioning in terms of providing the dust suppression? So if either one of those 2 in any ways compromise the effectiveness in terms of that dust suppression, then it's put into consideration to put back into just being into gravel, okay, sort of thing. So we will not just randomly, and this is not the case, or have we done this where we just go and tear up a dust suppression. If one did occur, then it was by mistake, unknown to the grader operator, and we'll go back out and relay it if that didn't indeed occur. Okay. I'll turn over to Caitlin if she has anything else.
Is there any communication to the contract holder when that happens?
Yes, I just want to back up one little comment that you made, that they said that the grader operators say they can rip it up. And I just maybe want to clarify that if it's a calcium dust control on those ones, after September 30th, again, if it's in bad condition, for those ones only, the grader operator can rip up. The SB 90s, the grader can't rip up. We have to bring out an entire crew to actually zip it up. We put more gravel in and then blade it back out. So for the calcium ones, there's no formal communication made after the 30th. We do it on our own, like as needed basis, between the gravel road supervisor and the grader operators, myself, and then the foremans. If we see that it's a hazard, or it's not suppressing the dust, or the road needs to be bladed, we kind of will, like I said, there's no formal notification on those ones. They are just annual. But for the SB 90 ones, what I do, I keep the original contract that was signed when they signed up. I will call that number on the contract and let that person know. So if it's a renter, we usually require the landowner's number to be on there as well, because lots of times the renters won't be the same. But we call the number that's on the contract. Now, I find every year, a lot of those numbers are no longer in service. The individuals no longer live there. I have no way of finding who lives there, if it's a renter. But we do try. We do make an attempt to try and contact them. And actually that attempt is made before the deadline to sign up, so that if they want it again, they can still sign up that year, so that we're not leaving them in the dust.
Yeah.
Sorry, it was
Okay,
bad.
so no homeowner should be surprised about this happening.
No, they shouldn't. And like I said, unless their numbers changed or, you know, they're new owners and they're unaware, and it's unfortunate, but it's, you know, I don't know when they sell or who's, I only have the contracts that were given to me
Yeah.
when they sign up, so, yeah.
Okay.
And I'll go to Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. If we were to look at removing this entirely, do we spray the KCL ourselves, or do we bring in a company to do that?
The truck itself, the applicator truck, is contracted out. But actually, so is the gravel truck, so is the grader, but we run the program ourselves. So we have full-time staff on site that goes, marks them out. But the truck is a contractor, yeah.
Thank you. My other questions were answered actually by answering Councillor Graham's questions. My only other comment was regarding Councillor Swanson's. If we were looking at more permanent solutions for some of these places, the next permanent solution would obviously be pavement at that point. And the best way for us to look at doing that, if they're already having to subsidize this themselves in that community, would then be to look at a local improvement tax for that area if we were to look at a permanent solution. Okay, cool. Just making sure my head's in the right place. Thank you.
And I guess the question I'd have, much of the equipment that we use for the SB 90, we have that equipment, or is that contracted as well?
The distributor truck and the two packers is county owned. Then the grader and the tiller were contracted out. We may be looking to perform the tiller work ourselves this year, but it wouldn't be owned, it would be rented.
I see, thank you. And I know that we have approximately 70 kilometers of SB 90 at the moment that we're in the inventory, if you could call it that. If the program for SB 90 was dropped, then I would assume that at the end of 3 years, would we have 0 kilometers? Is the idea to have some ability to maintain this beyond that warranty period, or is our inventory of that SB 90 going to drop to 0 after 3 years?
No, that would not be the case. But very good point there, Reeve Lahide. Caitlin would continue to go out and assess these, right? So after 3 years, basically, we're not going to be relaying down any more SB 90. So we'll continue to monitor those ones that are on warranty, along with those ones that are still out there, right? And over time, I'm sure, not in our time here, maybe 2-3 councils down the line here, eventually these SB 90s would disappear, yes, because they would get to the point where they're unmaintainable. And so we would have to rip them up in essence and put it back into the gravel road itself. So they would, over time, disappear, yes. As to how long that would take, that's hard to say, because as I said earlier, there's a few out there that remarkably are holding together, you know, and I even have one down just a mile from our place, and it's been there since I was a little boy, and the sole reason it's just the traffic's so minimal, and it's been able to sustain itself. So.
And one further question around that inventory. I assume there is a cost to remove that if we were no longer able to support the maintenance of that. There's a cost, I'm sure, to remove that. And I also ask a question around the compatibility of the two products. So if somebody had a SB 90 type dust control product in front of their house and was no longer able to have it maintained, what's necessary to switch it over to the alternative means of dust control or the chloride.
Yeah, so if they were switching between SB90 to calcium, like I said, we'd have to bring out the equipment, zip it up. We'd have to add a significant amount of gravel back into it to almost bring it back to gravel road so that the calcium would have a good base to adhere to. We wouldn't be able to just zip it and blade it out because the calcium won't adhere as well to that, you know,
Okay,
water and oil.
thank you. I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
Just looking at what you've done in the past as far as relaying on warranty on the SB90. When do you determine when under warranty that a contract would have to be relayed? Do you determine this before the end of May, during the middle of the year, or is it just as complaints come up?
Yeah, so our inspection is annually or complaint based. So as Kurt said, I do check them all every year, and I do that, it'll be coming up here real quick, end of April, beginning of May. Because then we have that idea of which ones are, if they're under warranty, then we know which ones we have to relay. And if they're not under warranty, then at that point is when I notify them so that they have time before the deadline to sign up again, should they choose to. Yeah.
Yes.
If you have determined it is going to be relayed, and let's say this is in year 3, third year of the warranty, then does that extend the warranty 3 years, or that's it at that particular point?
Yeah, that's still the end of the third year is end of the third year. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Again. Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. If we surface roads, we, of course, don't grade them, but we plow with a truck. Are there complications with SB90 installations where they're typically maintained by a grader? Like, does that pose any significant difference in?
Just to clarify, you're just asking if because the SB90s are maintained by a grader, does that cause any problems?
Right, is there maintenance complications in
I don't-
maintaining those roads?
No, not
Particularly snow removal?
I mean, you know, they do get, the SB90s will get icier. And of course, the graders can't dig into them as much as they could with just the, you know, the plain gravel road. But, is that what you're asking?
That was what I was asking.
Okay, sorry. No
It's just if
compli-
there's something I haven't considered.
no, there's no complications with maintaining them.
Okay, all right. I have another question.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, just following along with comments from Councillors Swanson and Melhoff. Most of the angry calls I've gotten are in subdivisions. Can we do an overlay like of SB90? Does that work? Like, is that an option? So in the subdivisions, it's usually continuous. That all the neighbors have gotten together and they've called and said, you know, we want some dust suppression on the whole section. When that starts to wear down, can we do an overlay rather than relay the SB90? And another part of the question is, suppose that we try and go to regular pavement in these subdivisions. Would we have to repair the roads? Would we have to rebuild the base? Like, what is an option for the people living in the subdivisions?
So first question, my comment to that would be if there's something failing in the first layer, I would be hesitant to put a second layer of SB90 on top because I imagine at some point it's going to reflect through. Keeping in mind in the long run, if at some point it does have to be removed, like turned back into a gravel road, you know, instead of zipping through this much, now you have to zip through this much. So it's going to be an added cost to remove it. That's not a process that we follow. yeah, I'm not sure how that would look. Like I said, if the bottom one's failing, that you need to buy another one, you know, those issues likely may reflect through to the top one. I'm not sure what the benefit would be
Yeah, okay,
or outweighing.
I'm anticipating a question and looking for an answer of the people in the subdivisions. How do we support them with dust-free roads? You know, where it's not like we're typically in the country, where there is a section that someone has done of SB 90.
I think you got a paving expert
We're
coming
gonna
in.
bring a paving guy, yeah.
But, you know, where it is continuous through the subdivision.
Yeah. So currently for the dust suppression program, the option we have is relaying it if it's under warranty. We'll come in, zip it, relay it.
And typically, it's not something we do in regards to do an overlay on it. That is not typical of that type of program. So what I'm hearing here is, and I'll turn it over to Eric here, is in regards to your second question is really what they're looking for now is surfaced road pavement.
Well, if that's their only option.
Yeah. So in regards to what would needed to be done, if they wanted to go that way, I'll turn it over to Eric.
Mr. Hanson, please.
So I apologize, I got a little bit of a frog in my throat here this morning. Seems to be going around. So in regards to subdivisions, you know, the dust control, the SB 90, the calcium chloride has been a cost-effective solution for dust suppression in subdivisions. We know that the cost comparison between an asphalt surface and a dust control are significant, and there's there's different ways to fund, hard asphalt surfacing in a subdivision. There's through offsite levy, for example, or local improvement tax, sorry. Local improvement tax is one way that we could fund an asphalt surface in a subdivision, which basically what they're doing today with the dust suppression. But really, if I'm going to look at Clearwater Estates, I really look at that as a success for the type of application, the type of traffic they have in there. SB 90 is not perfect because it's weak. It doesn't have any strength to it. You're relying 100% on the substructure. So if there's any weak spots in the substructure, you're going to get a little bit of washboarding, a little bit of roughness. You can't rollerblade on it there, but you know what? Is it dusty? No. The other solution to that would be, like I said, going to a paved structure. But in order to go to a paved structure, because that's such a significant investment, you have to construct it properly. That means reconstructing the base, adding your base course gravel, and then having that hard asphalt concrete pavement on top. And we have our standards that dictate to us what we've seen in order to extend the life of that product. And you can't put just that hard asphalt concrete pavement on top of a weak subgrade because you'll lose that investment just about immediately. So there's some different options. For subdivisions, it's a really cost-effective solution, the dust suppression products, whether they be SB 90 or calcium. But the higher level of service, the higher cost, of course, would be asphalt. And we would make the recommendation of what that structure would be in a subdivision. Does that help?
That helps. Another part of what I'm trying to rationalize here is that, we have in our budget this year a fairly extensive amount of road paving in the eastern part of the county, where there aren't that many people that live there, and they don't contribute anything to that. But we have then these subdivisions where the owners pay. And so I struggle with the equality to the taxpayers on that.
Just for clarification to Councillor Radcliffe, sorry for my interruption, as you indicated where the residents pay. Yes, they do pay, but please remember too, all the remaining ratepayers pay for that as well. It is subsidized, so it's not just them that are paying for it. Everyone pays for it.
Okay, yeah, they just pay half.
Yeah, in theory.
Okay, thank you.
And I would maybe make a comment as well. I guess the the SB 90 product, is there an opportunity for ratepayers to hire a contractor to do that same product if they were unhappy with the choice that the county offered, say just a chloride product? Would there be some mechanism that they could hire a contractor to do a different one and pay the full cost? Is that a possibility, or do we not allow people to mess with our roads?
Yes, that, I'll initially comment this and then I'll turn it over to Caitlin. Yes, that option is available, that if this indeed was the direction that council proposed to move forward with, they could reach out, individual residents could reach out to contractors and they could pay that full amount at whatever rate and cost per liter, hourly rate and cost per liter on the product itself to lay it down. And then our requirement would be that resident inform us that indeed they had purchased a certain amount, length of SB 90, and Caitlin would keep it on record. And that way we would have it in our system so that we would minimize any type of potential damage to that SB 90 as well. And obviously keep us aware of where they are. Yeah, the only other thing too with that, there would be no warranty on our part unless offered by the contractor itself.
And in that case, who would determine when that product was no longer meeting safety requirements or, you know, really suppressing the dust any longer? If it was a private contract, I guess I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah.
If somebody did choose to go that route, what would be the
It would
process
still
around
fall under our inspection schedule. So we'd inspect it just like any other ones annually or complaint based. And if at such time it ever, was not suppressing the dust or it was a hazard, then we follow the same protocol and try and get a hold of them somehow to let them know.
Do you feel that process might be problematic, or can you suggest there could be some difficulties? I just see that perhaps people, if they've paid directly for a product and then there might be some discrepancy, whether it's working good or it's not working good.
Yeah. We don't have that situation in the county. Like, no one has put down their own SB 90, which I think is handy. Because I think you're right, it could cause some, discrepancies of like what our inspection is as opposed to their opinion. The warranty could be a problem too. It's our road. Why aren't we maintaining it? That would be a good valid argument, but if we don't put it down ourselves, I think it'd be tough to warranty that product. We do have people that will put their own calcium down outside of our program, but same rules apply. They need to let us know where it is, how much they've put down, and then we pass that down to the grader road or the gravel road supervisor and the grader operator so that they're aware of it. Yeah.
Thank you for that. I'm gonna go to Councillor Melhoff first. Mr. Hanson. You were looking to shed some light.
Go ahead.
I really wanted to come back to the comment you made about the equity, fairness about, and how we deal with subdivisions in the county versus our main roads. I think it's important to remember that as developers created these subdivisions, they had a choice to create the standard, which, it was approved by the county, whether it be a gravel standard built inside the subdivision or a paved standard. So let's use two great examples. So there's the Clearwater Estates subdivision. That developer came in, he proposed a multi-lot subdivision with a gravel standard road. Meadow or Diamond Willow Estates, for example, Cougar Ridge Estates, they proposed their subdivision with a paved standard road. And their lots were priced accordingly based on the development costs. So I think it's important to remember that, after time goes by, it isn't just an automatic default to the county saying, well, they have a better level of service because the county goes in there with the plow truck and they have this nice paved road. Really, it was a reflection of the time of the developer. Both were approved by councils of the day to the level and the standard quality of life that they were preparing to. Well, it's typically cost driven, but the cost of the lots would have reflected that as well. So, but we have gone in and, well, I haven't seen a subdivision that we've actually gone in and paved that wasn't a paved standard or a hard surface before yet, but that is at the will of this council, it could be done.
And Councillor Melhoff.
Thanks, Reeve. So just piggybacking on the Reeves question, would we then have to go back in and zip it up still if it was a private, even if we get rid of that equipment because we no longer provide SP90, would we still have to then hire somebody to come in and zip that up, or would we make that be a part of the requirement of this is your private thing, when we say it's no longer safe, you have to have somebody come in and remove it, or we'll remove it and send you a bill? Like, how does that work?
It's uncharted territory, I'm not sure. I think, you know, if we still had the equipment, that would be something that we would just take on ourselves. You know, if the inspection came back, it's not safe, we need to get rid of it. If we had the equipment, we would put it into our deletes for that year. If it was way down the road where, let's say we didn't have the equipment anymore, I'm not sure how we would navigate that, but I'm sure we'd figure it out. Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure.
No, that's fine.
And just further to Kaden's comment too, hopefully there is something stipulated in the agreement itself, the contract with the resident and the provider. Hopefully that's accounted for as well. So we would do our best to work with the resident and the contractor to try to work out and iron out some of those logistical challenges, definitely.
Perfect, thank you. Can I have a follow-up?
Please.
Thank you. As everybody's probably aware, we're working on the tax rate right now, and we're trying very hard to keep it at 0%, and we don't want to have it go up even with inflation rates being as high as it is. I see this as an opportunity for us to keep it at 0 if possible, as in if we remove this, it'll be easier for us to keep this at 0. That's my thoughts.
And Councillor Radcliffe.
Again. Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I am absolutely certain that when the SB 90 in the subdivisions reaches the point where it needs to be removed, that there will be a lot of angry phone calls. And if there's a way to avoid that, it would make my day better, and anyone else who has those subdivisions. Yeah, I have talked to another municipality using SB 90 where they have overlaid it and felt that it was successful to extend the life. But yeah, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Cermak, are you hearing us still? It's been very silent from your end here. Have you any comments at all?
I have none right at the moment. I am kind of leaning towards what Councillor Melhoff has said, that I think maybe we should remove SP90 from our programs as soon as possible to keep our rate down, our tax rate down. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. I guess I would just notice, reading through some of the information, there seems to be a trend more towards the chloride product. It seems like there's been a shift from the SB90 to more people choosing the chloride product. A couple of questions around that actual chloride product then. It is a non-petroleum based product. Has it seen the same price increases that the oil-based product has?
Short answer, no. It varies because we do get, like, in previous years, we've done requests for quotation, we've done tender. This year, I'm doing a request for proposal, and it's not closed yet. It closes this week, so I can't give you an idea of cost. But what I can say, since I've been here, and I've only been here since 2018, the price per liter of the calcium has been anywhere from 19.5 cents per liter to 28 cents per liter, and not necessarily in that trend. when I started, it was 28 cents per liter with the product we were using, and then we've gone down and we've gone back up. I don't know what the pricing will look like this year, but you know, in the last 4 years, it's always been within that kind of 10-cent range per liter. It doesn't spike like, or, you know, steadily increase like the oil-based one.
Thank you. And just a kind of an extra question as well. I noticed also from the information that we're one of the few municipalities that's still actually offering SB 90 as an option there. Just some idea, are those same trends happening elsewhere where people are dropping that SB 90 product and only offering the chloride? Or I'm just, you know, kind of getting a feeling for what other communities are seeing as important and their experience with only offering the one product. Any feedback at all you could give along that? I know I have heard the feedback on some of the downsides of chloride, but I want to you know, understand perhaps how other municipalities are finding that.
When I reached out to the neighboring municipalities in 2020, there was just the one that used oil, and I did check with them again, and they are still offering the oil, that one Ponoka County. Whether or not the rest of these municipalities migrated from the use of oil, I can't comment, I'm not sure. But this is what they were offering in 2020 when I checked. I don't know if they used it prior and moved away from it. I'm not entirely sure.
Mr. Magnus.
Yeah, so, and the few occasions I was able to attend the Alberta Municipal Supervisors Association, we would gather amongst our peers, and this always seemed to be a very contentious subject matter in regards to what to do in providing dust suppression. And what I was able to gain out of those conversations is for many municipalities, I couldn't give you an exact number, but in some of my colleagues I spoke with, SB 90 was never an option to start with. They just went right to calcium, and they've been working with the calcium water-based product ever since, if that helps.
Thank you. It does, and I think in a time where we're all considering trying to reduce our carbon footprint, putting carbon on our roads, maybe we should look at the options that are there as well. Any additional questions before I go back to my devil's advocate list here? So. Deputy Reeve Northcott, I haven't given you a spotlight yet, so maybe if you'd like to share some of your thoughts, that would be terrific.
Good morning, everybody. No, I'd be in favor of just the implications, complications, and all the and to save any future increases in taxes and to be able to maintain a zero tax increase and yeah, I would be in favor of continuing with the calcium chloride and eliminating the SB 90 option. So that's my thoughts.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson.
I would like to know a little bit maybe how council feels in regards to the subsidies in regards for the calcium chloride, because right now we do pay 66% subsidy for calcium chloride. Are we looking to maintain that, adjust that? Your thoughts? I guess for myself, I'm willing to go to a 50-50 option.
True.
A question I might have as well, with the the chloride product, is if somebody had used that as their contracted option in 1 year, is there some residual there that makes it even more effective the next year for that? Is there some, if somebody had been part of the program, are they going to get some benefit from what they invested in the previous year on the new application? Is there any residual that's helpful?
There can be. We don't guarantee it because, you know, winter maintenance, summer maintenance of the gravel roads, we won't guarantee it, but there can be.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then one other question I might have as well. Some of the feedback I've got over dust control, especially last year when we had an unusually dry summer and people were posed with probably more dust concerns than average. Is there any flexibility in a program that's using the chloride product to be able to have late applicants come in mid-season when they're experiencing a lot of dust and kind of missed the boat or hoped for the best that there wasn't going to be dust this year? Is there any flexibility in our program to allow people to access that product or that service more mid-season as opposed to signing up early and anticipating, well, maybe, you know, nobody likes to buy tickets to a free show. And, you know, I know there's always going to be an element in the public that gets caught that, you know, there's no solution for them other than to put up with the dust because they didn't buy in early. So I don't know if there's any opportunity for added flexibility with a one program only or one product only kind of program.
So for us and the agreement that we have with the supplier, we kind of lock in numbers before the beginning of the season. So by the end of May, I usually tell them how many people have signed up, approximately how many liters it will be, and we commit that to them. They obviously have other contracts that they need to fulfill, so I'm not saying they can't accommodate it. However, I will say almost every contractor we have had in the past since I've been here has a minimum order requirement for a full Super B, which is more than just one application. So it's tricky for one person to come in and sign up after the fact. You know, we have to have a minimum order required to bring that truck in. To be fair to everyone, we usually stand by that deadline, but we allow them to reach out to the contractor themselves. And we will give them that direction. We don't necessarily single out one supplier. We will tell them where to look for suppliers locally or outside of the county that offer that service and let them know that they can do it on their own. They're more than welcome to. We just ask that they tell us where it is, how much, so that we can let the grader operators know. Yeah.
Sure, so that would go along the lines of people being able to access a contractor to do this work for them that's not directly subsidized by the program that we're offering for the people that buy that ticket every year.
Correct. Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reed. What would be the financial implications if we continue to offer both programs with the same ratio of subsidy, and if the SB 90 goes up anyway, where we let the marketplace decide?
So this year, our budget is just a little over $924,000, accounting for the fact that we may see a increase in our water base, so our calcium chloride this year. Again, as Caitlin pointed out, we have seen it come in lower from previous years, higher, so we'll find that out. However, we do know that the SB 90 is going to increase substantially, as pointed out. We pointed out anywhere from 22.4 to 61% increase in the cost of the SB 90. So ourselves, we plan for the worst, hope for the best. That's how we manage our programs, okay? And so accounting for that, we would have to, we're looking at 2023 at well over $1 million for that program then, potentially even 1.2, 1.3 million to run that program next year. Keeping and accounting for the fact that we could see a substantial increase in SB 90, and to assume that that cost is going to come down in the years thereafter is probably highly unlikely. So the short of it is anticipate an increase in the budget associated with that program moving forward.
And that would be just for the 50% that the county covers.
Yes, well, correct, yes.
Or for the whole program?
Our portion of it, so the remaining ratepayers, yes, that would have to contribute to that program, correct.
Okay, and Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. Just looking at some of these other municipalities, I'm curious why they would be looking at putting another application on in the fall. It just didn't make sense.
I've noticed a couple municipalities do that. They'll offer a spring and fall application. But I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe when the applicant signs up that that's included in their price, the 2 applications. Whereas we charge for 1 application. If it needs a second application, then we'll go and warranty it. Yeah, I found a few municipalities that do that. The reasoning, I'm not entirely sure. So,
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm prepared to make a motion if council would entertain such a thought.
Sure. Well, maybe we'll go to Councillor Swanson
ahead.
because her light was on, and then I'll come back to you for that motion. I might have another, I got a whole list of devil's advocate questions. We could go here for days.
So our average, what we lay for calcium chloride is 150 meters, correct? So I've noticed that most of the counties are doing 200 on that. There is the odd one that's doing 100. I believe it's just Wetaskiwin that does 100. And then they subsidize anything over 100 meters. And I'm just wondering if a price base per meter versus a flat fee would be more effective, and if a price base per meter to a maximum so much if they wanted to extend it, because we are still covering the cost to lay it down and there are our equipment to do this. What are your thoughts on that?
Essentially the price is per meter, but it's based on 150 meters. And that length was agreed upon years ago. Yeah, it was the ideal length to try and provide maximum coverage for dust suppression to the resident. So it is essentially a per meter price, but it's based on 150 meters. After 150 meters, the current policy, the current agreements state that anything above that, they pay the full price per meter.
Okay.
And that's for both programs, oil and calcium, is that?
Okay, so so a resident does have the option to extend?
They do.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Should council decide that they'll run the SB 90 this year and quit as a courtesy, or else if we cancel it, I'm just thinking of the resident that absolutely, who still has warranty left. Let's say they just got into the program last year, but they want to ensure that they've got this going forward for another, I'll just say 3 years beyond that, and they're prepared to prepay at this point in time. So, because that, like, I understand where Councillor Ratcliffe's going. There are some people that absolutely love their dust suppressant, that particular one, because it's more than just dust suppressant. They're looking at less mud, et cetera, et cetera. So I guess it'll be up to this council then to decide whether you guys would need a decision whether to extend this program beyond 2020, or this is what this council will be debating then at the next council meeting, whether we decide to put this program forward this year or not. Okay, thanks.
And I might have a quick comment. Actually, we're getting very close to a break here too, but I'm not sure if this is even part of this program, but we do have one other program where we use the chloride product, and I think that they refer to it as a high maintenance. Maybe you can just outline that a little bit, because sometimes there's a confusion within the public as to why some intersections are have the calcium treatment and other ones don't, and maybe kind of ongoing program things there. I think there's probably a division between what we're talking about today and that one, but maybe they do kind of dovetail a bit.
Yeah, so you're correct. We refer to it as high maintenance. It's usually done with the liquid dust suppression, the calcium chloride, magnesium chloride. Prior to my coming on, it was the previous council's decision to allocate a certain amount in the budget for this program. In 2020, I believe it was reduced. So the idea behind that one is putting it down in areas where we're seeing higher than normal maintenance required by the beat graders. typically hills, intersections, and curves. But that is also done on an annual inspection basis. It is also heavily influenced by feedback from our grader operators and the gravel road supervisor. So it is, you know, you can see it put down in the same intersection for years. You can see it, you know, going down one year and not the next year. It's totally subjective from year to year, but that's the idea behind it. That's why we do it, to help reduce maintenance in those areas. Did that answer the question?
Yes,
Educate.
thank you for that. Thank you very much. Mr. Hanson, please.
One last comment. You know, we're picking up a little bit on the conversation we had during budget. We talked about dust control at budget, and that's when the recommendation was said it was going to come back at strategic planning. So from my perspective, from what I've just, you know, it's our job to identify some of the risks when we're looking at a service level of a program and some of the anticipated feedback. So I guess from what I can see today, if the recommendation coming out today is to revisit the policy and then have staff amend the policy to reflect some of the discussion that you've had today, which will be, you know, when staff does do that, it'll give an opportunity for some public feedback there on what these revisions might be. That is our process for whenever we're going to, because it's a policy decision that you guys are making here today. Is, you know, you do have the ability to just pull it right out of the program today, but I would recommend that you actually revisit the policy, adjust it to whatever your new desire is, with an opportunity from feedback from the public. But one thing I think you might see also is that eliminating the SB 90 portion, specifically in multi-lot subdivisions, you might get an increased request for pavement because of the higher level of service that multi-lot subdivisions have been accustomed to over the past. I wasn't joking when I talked about, I remember I was looking after Kurt's program for him for maybe a couple of weeks, and rollerblading on the dust suppression was a high priority for some of the residents. And not having that ability was a fail on our part, according to the residents. So it's a high level of service in these areas, and when that level of service is taken away, it'll come back and say, well, if I can't have this, then where's my asphalt? So just wanted to identify that as a potential risk.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Thank you, Eric. I know that's how a lot of the multi-lot subdivisions look at this as, I guess, part of a lifestyle thing rather, as well as dust control and less mud. That would be the only other option if we eliminate the SB 90. But as I understand it, because some of those roads are not, the base is not prepared for asphalt, then the cost would be significantly higher. So for myself, I'd like to see the SB 90 remain as an option. And if the cost goes up significantly, there will be fewer requests for it. Thank you.
Yeah, and just a comment I would have around some of those residential subdivisions and stuff. We would, even if we did drop the SB 90, they would still, I would assume, would still be qualified for the chloride type product. Or ultimately, as a community, I think there is opportunity for local improvement taxes for those subdivisions. If the community saw the need for an enhanced level of surfaced road of some kind, that there's always the opportunity to cost share or have a local improvement tax to address those situations as well. And just, I know there's an awful lot of pluses and minuses. I'm glad we're having the discussion about what those could be, and that might be a terrific starting point to have that data to understand all the pluses and minuses. I think the information outlined here today is terrific as a starting point for the discussion. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going right along the same lines as yourself. When you live rural, you pay rural taxes. Like, they're significantly less than you pay urban to have pavement. So if you're wanting the urban pavement, you're gonna end up paying an urban tax. Unfortunately, that's the way that it goes. And we work very hard to make sure that we're keeping taxes as low as we can. And if you want increased service, it comes at a consequence and is often in the pocketbook. So I still am on the side of keeping SB 90 as long as the warranty is, like, the warranty side of it, not the actual us applying it anymore, keeping the warranty side for a lot of the reasons that have already been mentioned, but to remove it from our rotation going forward.
Okay. Further discussion here? So were you looking for a motion, or maybe I'll look to staff? Is this something we need to bring back further information around developing policy? Sorry?
I'd happily make a recommendation motion to come back to council with, if that's.
Mr. Hagan?
I agree, and it's really in the hands of this committee what they would like to do next with this issue. If they would like additional information brought back to a council meeting where an actual decision can be made, because of course this is just an advisory committee.
Right.
That would be appropriate. I would also just clarify that folks are applying for the program for this year right now. So it's probably most appropriate if we look ahead to 2023, if council wanted to make any changes to this. So I would include that in the recommendation and make it clear that budget's available and we're still intending to apply the products this year as well.
Mr. Magnus?
Yeah, the actual sign up for the program begins May 1st. And just along the lines of what both Eric and Murray have said, so that messaging gets out to our ratepayers.
Yes.
Something to consider that I'll put forward before council is if indeed that be the will of council to move forward with removing the SB 90, something to consider would be to do this as a final year of SB 90, but we make it well known through our various media avenues to indicate, again, once this is proper for council, if a motion is made to remove the SB 90, that messaging gets out there moving forward for 2023, that program, that particular option is no longer going to be offered, and only the calcium. In that way, that can allow these individuals out there to, if indeed that something they were on the fence with, maybe that gives them an opportunity to make that decision and purchase that particular product for their dust suppression needs for this year. And then thereafter in 2023, we will build our dust suppression budget accordingly, accounting for the fact that we've removed SB 90 and hopefully assist in maintaining the 0% as council so desires.
Yes, I agree. I think it's very important to have that sunset kind of thing that the community would, if they were hesitant on reinvesting in that, they might see that benefit to do that with that information. So I think that would be very important to communicate that. And give an opportunity, it might even be better if the program was continued into next year even, so that people have that idea that they know for sure that this isn't a service that will be potentially offered in the future. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. With that in mind, that we may be looking at keeping this going for 2022, are we putting a cap on the number of people that can actually receive this then? Because I don't want to have a run on putting in SP 90s because people know that it's leaving, because that adds an increased strain on the Public Works Department to actually then accomplish that task.
In the past, we haven't put a cap on it, but I mean, ultimately, we have that approved budget and I keep an eye on that. So I mean, if I were seeing a trend leaning towards the high end of our budget, I might maybe have a meeting with the director and discuss putting a cap on it.
Yeah, we'll take some money from Eric and just bring it over.
Perfect, thank you.
and I would always think that if it's a policy change that council's initiating, then we hopefully wouldn't be sticking you with having to pick bottles or something like that to pay for your budget items, so. Additional comments? Does staff have enough direction, or do we need something? We do need a motion, I would assume, then, so, oh, it's right ahead of, sorry. Give my head a shake here. So, the motion before you, any further discussion on that motion? Councillor Melhoff?
I'm comfortable making this motion then we can discuss it
Sure.
going forward. I move that the committee recommends eliminating the SB 90 option from the dust suppression program effective 2023, and the draft revisions to the dust suppression policy reflecting program changes are presented to council for their consideration.
Mr. Magnus?
Just going back to Councillor Swanson, if this was something for council to consider again, if there was any thoughts on the subsidization rate as well.
So that would be altering the chloride rate, which is presently 1/3, 2/3, being 2/3 on the county and 1/3 on the contract holder. Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, I would like to see us maybe go to a 50-50 program on the calcium, if we can consider that as well, on the policy when it comes back to council. We can have some feedback through what's happening. As far as the SB 90, I guess I'm of the opinion that we are at a 50-50 right now, but it's, we do, and I know, Caitlin, you're doing your best to try and mitigate possible increases that are gonna be coming, not only fuel costs, but cost of oil, et cetera, that are coming forward. So it's, I almost wish that we were having something on a moving target versus once it reaches, I'll just say much, you know, if the prices jump 5% or 10%, like are we willing to suck that up this year, or do we say there's a caveat in the policy that if we get to, you know, X amount percentage over, you know, we're gonna come back to you for additional costs. I don't know if there's a way, much like we did for this contractor day rate on fuel costs, and I'm not sure if that. I know it's only for a year, but I'm assuming that prices are gonna go up substantially this summer from all indications.
My thought would be that anything that's a carbon-based product will probably be subject to increasing taxation levels, what have you, to try and move people away from the use of carbon, especially over the next number of years. So I wouldn't anticipate any massive fluctuation of the price down to 2017 levels or something like that. So, but, you know, I think it's a reality we all have to deal with, that probably everything based on petroleum is going to be costing us more over the next number of years. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you. As you stated earlier, that this could potentially be going up 61% this year. Like that's crazy to me. That it's, and anyway, I agree. 50-50. It should like keep SB 90 the same going forward. I mean, I would honestly be pro removing it this year, but I understand people giving people time to get through it because they still have the 3-year warranty. But I do understand giving people some notice. But 50-50 for the calcium, it only would make sense. I honestly don't know why the percentages are different between the two programs. I don't know what the thought is behind that. Perhaps maybe some enlightenment would be good.
Mr. Hansen?
So I remember actually when there was the longest time we actually never used calcium. You know, we started introducing a magnesium chloride. This is going back to, I think, 2010, 2011. And we were, the subsidization inequity was actually to encourage people to use the less expensive product. So we know that SB 90, in my opinion, is a higher level of service product that costs us more in maintenance, utility, etc. But it was the higher subsidization was actually to encourage people to sign up for that other product. One other comment I was going to make: you could just go 50% of the cost subsidization up to set a dollar amount. That's not uncommon. Like if your 50% normal rate is $4,600, if you said $5,000, 50% up to $5,000 from a county share, then everything beyond that would be ratepayer contribution. Those are the details that you can get into in the policy. I don't think you need to decide that today, but that's just one option that could be brought, is actually put a cap on it in the policy, 50% up to X, Y, Z. And if it's anything, so then your pricing, whatever they might be for that year, but eliminate some of that risk if you're worried about it. But I'm happy to say that we know that a couple of tenders that we have put out this year, and I want to put some confidence back into the economy, is that we're actually seeing not that bad of pricing. We just closed our Nordegg Phase 2 residential subdivision, and we're under budget. The contractor was successful in locking in fuel price for the balance of the season, and his pricing reflected that locked-in price. So we've seen a cost savings there. It'll be coming back in the capital projects update there next council meeting. But fingers still crossed. We have lots of other tenders that are still going to be coming our way, but the couple that we've closed so far are looking good. So we're still working.
Mr. Magnus?
Yeah, and with that, as we indicated, worst case scenario, 61% increase. What we will see an increase, and that might be the low end, the 22.4%. In Caitlin's discussions with these contractors, that's what they've been conveying to us, what we're potentially going to see. So, as I said, we'll cross our fingers and hopefully it's no more than a 22%, 22.4% increase and not see the 61. So we'll see.
And Councillor Radcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lahid. The tenders you referred to, Mr. Hanson, is that for asphalt or SB 90 for Nordegg?
So we've already closed the asphalt tender, so we did see a cost savings there. That was the one for the all in Nordegg. So that tender's already been out and closed. That information was provided about a month ago in the last capital projects report. The Phase 2 residential, that's the underground work and the grading, the clearing. So basically diesel burning equipment there to do, common excavation. So and then the next one, we just closed the grading project actually down there on the river, on that access road. Seen a cost savings there, and we will be closing the river road next week. So not this Thursday, but next Thursday. So I say the trend is good. So we should be seeing some cost savings with our tenders. We did anticipate a higher, when we're doing our estimates, we did anticipate some higher costs this year, but typically we are seeing cost savings there with our tenders.
Excellent, thank you.
So we have a recommendation. Oh, sorry, Reeve, or Deputy Reeve Northcott.
All right, just one question and a comment. For dust complaints last year, how many dust complaints were there?
Okay, I did go back through them and I looked, but just keep in mind, this is only based off of what was submitted as a work order or that came directly to me. So I can't comment on calls that would have come into, like, let's say our Public Works Infrastructure, where our industry coordinator is. He might get more complaints. So this is just what I've got. So in 2021 for work orders, there were 7 results when I used the keyword dust. 2 of them were dust complaints on roads that were under construction. 4 of them were requesting maintenance on existing dust controls, and then 1 was the result of the name Dustin. For phone calls, I had 16 total last year. 1 was a new resident unaware of the program. 1 complaint was dusty headstones in a cemetery. 3 complaints during road construction. 2 complaints from residents who had dust suppression, but the dust was blowing in from different directions. yeah, so that was what I found just in my records for 2021.
I know in the community, there was lots of residents that had voiced concerns and had complained a lot about dust. But I don't know, I would be in favor of still maintaining the 1/3, 2/3 with the calcium chloride.
So we do have, Ms. Serhan.
I just have a question for Deputy Reeve Northcott. When you say the community had a lot of complaints, so is that ratepayers calling council, or what do you mean by community having a lot of complaints?
Just myself visiting with people in the community. Yeah, whether the roads were being graded when it was during extremely dry conditions, and then the roads were being graded, and then especially at harvest, you know, when you see your trucks and grain trucks and stuff hauling, and then the road would sort of get packed down where there wouldn't maybe be a lot of dust, and then it would get graded. It really does create a lot of dust.
So we do have a recommendation before us here. Any additional comments around that recommendation? Sydney or Brian?
Reeve
Yes.
Waheed, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Could I just get Tracy, Lynn, or Murray to repeat the recommendation? I heard it for the most part, but I just want to make sure that I heard it properly.
Certainly, I'll take that on. That the committee recommends eliminating the SB 90 option from the dust suppression program effective 2023, and that draft revisions to the dust suppression policy reflecting program changes are presented to council for their consideration.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. So any further questions or comments around that? If not, I will call that question then. All those in favor of that recommendation?
In favor?
In favor?
Okay, and those opposed? That would be carried. Do we want to take a break now, or do we want to push through with the other potential? Let's take a break now.
Thank you very
So,
much, everyone.
We'll be back in 15. Welcome back, everyone, and thanks for rejoining us here. Still on item 4.1, and we're just a few more details around the dust suppression program review. And I think there was some discussion around the shared rates, and maybe you can just kind of review what we do now and what options are there.
Yeah, I'll touch on that and just kind of segue in from a couple comments that came from the first part of our discussion. So I guess in a nutshell, I can give you what we did like in 2021. So for SB 90, cost shares 50% applicant, 50% county. In 2021, it was just over 5,200 total, so 2625 for the applicant portion for 150 meters. The other option in 2021 was calcium chloride for 150 meters. Total price was just over $1,000. 1/3, 2/3 was the cost share, 1/3 being the applicant portion, which was $330 to $350, I think is what it was. Something I just wanted to comment on in some previous discussion items that came up in regards to, you know, considering setting a cap, like up to a certain dollar amount. I just would like to point out that when we get the pricing at the end of April, we're always given a range, low end, high end, which is why you see that 22% up to 61%. We base the contracts off of the price we get at the end of April. So that may be the low end, it may be like an average between the two, but that's all we can kind of work with. So we go with the pricing that we get at the end of April, that's how we make the contracts. And when those individuals sign up in May, that's the price they commit to and agree to. So keeping in mind, come, you know, July, August, should that price increase from our supplier, that is not reflected back into the applicant. That's the county's responsibility to pay that difference. I don't know how you would navigate sharing, even if you were to put something in the agreement, like you guys maybe mentioned. I don't know how that would transfer over to the applicant come, you know, July. We call them and say, hey, listen, I know you thought it was this price, but it's gonna be this price. I don't know what that would be like, you know, what kind of discussions would arise out of that. But just to give you something to consider, those, that's how the program kind of looks right now.
Thank you for that. Any questions around that split of costs? I think council wants to maintain a program where there is a cost share. I believe I hear that around the table. A little bit of discretion of whether we simplify that to one rate or create some changes within the policy if we did review it and it chose to change the product options that are out there. So, Councillor Swanson.
Yes, I believe we've made the comment a few times, and that is, what are we determining here? Are we determining lifestyle? Are we determining a dust suppressant? And it is a point in time in our calendar, unfortunately. I mean, if we had winter 12 months of the year, we wouldn't have to be having this conversation. But because of the summers and last year being an abnormally dry summer, yes, I can understand the complaints for dust being more. But on a normal year, I would assume that that would also impact when we would be laying SB 90, et cetera, whether, you know, when that
Hello,
happens.
Brian
So
speaking.
I guess for myself, it's not that I'm trying to, this whole policy is a nice to have, it isn't a must. But we do have our own dust suppressants when we have, you know, a construction project or whatever. I know we will do it for our own sakes, and you know, high volume intersections, etc., for safety. So safety, would to me is that's the number one need for dust suppressant is for safety. So I am looking at, you know, a 50-50 for the calcium and then slowly subsidize, or slowly take out the SB 90 for 2023. So I know it's going to be more expensive for the ratepayer on a 50-50 basis for calcium, but at the same point, we got to look at the tax base as a whole at some point in time. We are subsidizing everyone in the county is subsidizing this program. So cost savings.
Thank you for that. So I'm hearing a 50-50 split if we drop that SB 90 product as well. So that would be a change that would come into effect for 2023 is kind of the suggestion. It wouldn't affect this year's, you know, because we're probably not going to be able to communicate that properly in the next few weeks. And we certainly want people to know they have options out there as far as dust control. Any additional comments around that split? Deputy Reeve Northcott.
In the future, so if SB 90 is going to be removed in the future, I would still be in favor of the 1/3, 2/3 splits for the calcium chloride program.
Okay. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. I agree, 50-50. I would be comfortable with that, starting in 2023, so we're not making any of those big changes right now. But like knowing that SB 90 is leaving, that it'd be a good time to make those changes and get them off to the population so they're aware that is coming. So I agree, 50-50 would be good, and it's great that we have these programs and that we are in a position that we can subsidize this program at all.
Thank you for that. Any additional comments? Deputy Reeve.
Yes, just one thing for my 1/3, 2/3 position on this is that with the 50-50, I think there may be, I'm just sort of guessing, but I think there might be more dust complaints. There will probably be less people apply for the calcium chloride program. And then I think in turn there may be more residents phone and complain, which would put additional cost and staff time and hours for the resources of the county. So there will be, you know, less dust suppression in the road, but I think there will still be maybe a little bit of a raised amount of money being spent with staff to take the complaints and deal with the complaints and look at the, you know, to drive and look at the roads and stuff like that. So that's why I'm still in favor of the 1/3, 2/3.
Thank you for that. Any additional comments? Councillor Graham or Councillor Cermak?
Yes, Councillor Cermak would get in.
Go ahead, please.
I would like to see the 50-50 split just to keep our taxes lower. I don't think we can afford to keep spending and not cutting. That's my view on it. I agree totally with the motion that Councillor Swanson has brought forward. Thank you.
Okay. And Councillor Graham, any comments at all?
Thank you, Lockheed. I would concur with the 50-50 split.
Thank you for that. For myself personally, I'm not as concerned with the savings over the, you know, whatever it is, 16% or 8% difference in the net cost. It's the idea that we're sharing equally in the concerns around dust, and that we take it seriously, and we want to give options to our residents. So to me, we've used that model of 50-50 more than we have the model of 2/3, 1/3. So just for me, that's where I'm at the moment. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. Thoughts on like a cap? Like looking at our budget going forward, these prices are only ever going to be going up. Perhaps we need to look, when we're looking at the policy, to look at, okay, we're gonna do up to 500,000 or up to 600,000 or whatever, so that we're kind of having more consistency in our budgets and more sustainability going forward.
So you're thinking of as a cap to the overall budget as opposed to the individual application?
Yeah, not, because you never know what the price, you know, like if we're gonna say we're gonna do 50 people, that price could still be 61% higher the next year. But if we say, hey, we're gonna fund this program up to this number, and however many people we can fit in that number, that way it's more sustainable going forward. I don't know if that's an option or people's thoughts on that.
Well, my initial thought, I'll share my initial thought, is I certainly don't want to see anybody excluded because they were at the wrong place in the lineup for the day, right? So if we did have a cap, and you would just happen to be near the end of the line and you didn't get the opportunity for dust control, even though you were willing to share in the cost of that, and then ultimately trying to find a contractor and paying full price. I think it's kind of that age-old struggle. If we're going to offer a service, we should try to extend that service as equally and fairly as possible throughout the entire community. And that's the only challenge I would have with putting a cap in the overall program, is it would mean that some people probably will get left out. I have other thoughts. And Ms. Serhan, your light's on.
Essentially, by passing the budget every year, that does say that that's the maximum you can spend in that year for that program. So if there was an overabundance of applications, then a budget adjustment would have to come back to council, and that's never had to happen before. So I think, you know, there's a large number of people that go on and come off, and it just keeps at an average cost based on the amount of applications. I guess if the pricing does go up substantially, then something would have to come back to council at that point.
Perfect, thank you.
Any additional comments? So then, do we have a recommendation then that we can go forward? I have heard that 50% mark mentioned more than the 1/3, 2/3 mark. Is the consensus to seek a 50%? Councillor Swanson.
Be pleased to make a motion.
Okay.
Recommendation that we advise or consider at the next possible, or at the next, how would we frame that? That we consider a 50-50 split for the SB, or not for the SB, for the calcium chloride application through the dust suppression policy.
Would there be an opportunity for, just for maybe not even mentioning the product, but a 50-50 split, because that would encompass if we didn't choose a change in the SB 90, and it would also create that opportunity for equal cost sharing in any other dust suppression program, because who knows what might come up. We may be putting insect innards or something on the road in a couple of years, I don't know.
Bee juice, yeah. Okay, so the committee, I recommend that the committee, the committee recommends 50% ratepayer cost subsidization in the dust suppression policy.
Sure, so there we have that one before us, and I don't know if Sydney and Brian can hear it, but the recommendation is that the committee recommends a 50% ratepayer cost subsidization for the water-based dust suppression option effective 2023.
In favor.
Okay, I was just reading that ahead, Brian, but and there's another little bit of add here that would be effective 2023, along with the draft revisions to the policy are presented to council for their consideration.
Sounds great.
So we'll be reviewing this again as council. Any further discussion around that recommendation? Seeing and hearing none, I will call the question. All those in favor?
In favor.
In favor.
And those opposed? So that would be carried. Thank you. And thank you very much for joining and answering all our questions. I think we all know a little more about dust suppression than we did an hour or two ago.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So that brings us down to item 5, and more specifically, item 5.1, which is the agricultural recreation facility. And this is a topic that's been bantered back and forth for as long as I've been sitting in these chairs. So I welcome Mr. Martinson and Mr. Hanson to help answer all the questions that council might have around this. And so I'll turn the floor over to you, Matt.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed, and good morning, Strategic Planning Committee. We're happy to come here to present some information to council regarding ag-rec facility and specifically the concept plan that was developed a little while ago. And so I think, as the Reeve pointed out, it's long been recognized that this community is somewhat deficient in this type of facility. When we compare ourselves to other communities that celebrate, participate in the Western lifestyle and culture, whatever that might be, hard to define, but I think we understand that our community exists. When the entire Cowboy Trail runs from north to south, I think you can suggest that we participate there. So, you know, I think that's something that is well known in the community. And when you talk about the history, this goes back to the 80s, as far as I'm told. I don't, but the talk about developing this facility does, is from what I hear and from what the county has heard. So, formal county involvement, though, wasn't really documented until the early 2000s, say around 2006, when the county's involvement in the North Saskatchewan River Park Development Committee was happening, and a multi-use facility that included a agricultural rec component was considered. Consultation was done at that time. The main barriers that popped up at that time that kept that facility from moving forward in that location was location issues. And there's a lot of maybe misinformation that gets tossed around. People say, oh, those guys thought it was going to flood there, and that's never happened. That's very true. We're not aware of any flooding from the North Saskatchewan River that's happened there, and that wasn't the issue. It was subsurface water relating to alluvial aquifers that are very often connected to those types of areas adjacent to the rivers. It wasn't impossible to do as far as developing a facility there. It would have just been extremely costly in relation to an other more suitable area. So that was one of the issues. The other issue was the scope got a little bit stretched on that project, meaning it wasn't just ag recreation, it was a lot of other stuff that were very valuable and needed at the time, but with the scope just ballooning, it diluted the value of that building. When you sort of try to be everything to everybody, sometimes you're nothing to folks too. So, you know, I think from my perspective, I was involved with that committee when I first started with the county back in those days, and that was, I think, maybe, in my opinion, the top two reasons why the project didn't move forward in that location. Can we go back to the page? Yeah. So discussions again were reestablished a little more formally with a little more focus, in the sense that a sole ag rec facility was sort of re-envisioned back in 2014 with a partnership with the Rocky District Agricultural Society. And at that time, council directed staff to work with the society to thoroughly consult the community. And we engaged RC Strategies to do that. They worked very closely with us and the Ag Society to complete a needs assessment, feasibility study, concept planning, that kind of work. And so, you know, over 50 potential user groups that encompass several hundred users, mainly within the county, were engaged to help us get the proper information to develop the concept. The information we collected from these consultations, then was the basis, flip to the next page, was the basis for, you know, what information that was used for market research, forecasting, identifying amenities and features, developing potential programming, identifying financial implications, and then identifying site selection criteria. At that time then, flowing out of that work, phase one was identified and placed into the county's 10-year capital plan. And that was placed into the 2024 year with an approximate budget amount attached to it, $3.7 million. So, the $3.7 million is what we have earmarked in the restricted surplus. So I've also attached the concept plan. I feel like it's probably valuable to dig a little bit into that. I'm seeing nods, so that's great. If we could pop that up, the concept plan onto the screens, that'd be dandy. And if I could just maybe direct you, I don't need to tell you folks about the demographics of Clearwater County. I think you're very well aware of that. So we're gonna move maybe a little bit into the information that was collected through our consultations, and we'll get right into section 3 in market research if we could. Talk a little bit about the information collected there. That's page 10. It would be section 3 market research, so quite a bit above where you are there. Page
Sorry,
20.
Mr. Martinson, which one, or it's section 3 we're looking for?
Yeah, so, yeah, section 3.
That's 15 of 74, 31 of 90, if you're following along
Awesome,
with your,
yes.
with your program here.
Page 32, market research, talks a little bit about some of the trends in the indoor agri-recreation facilities. And if we skip to the next page then, where it talks a little bit about some of the other facilities that would be near us and comparators to the facility that was designed or that was identified as what would be needed in the feasibility study. They were sort of compared there. So you'll see them, Olds, Cochrane, Stettler, Thorsby, and Ponoka.
Maybe while we're right here at that particular thing, I know when this was worked on or was being completed, this study, there were a number of other facilities that were being created within comparable municipalities, for instance, Ponoka, Rimbey. My question is, since this 2015 mark, have there been more of these kinds of facilities created kind of in our geographical context here?
Yes and no.
Okay.
So Rimbey was very, they might have been slightly ahead of us in the planning phases when this started. They've moved forward, not without struggles, but they've moved forward. At the same time, there was a group working in Brazeau County that was at the same sort of place we were. I don't believe that project has moved forward, and we've probably ground farther ahead in the process than they are over the years. So it's not uncommon for these things to take a while, for communities to talk a while about them, and it's not uncommon for other communities to move fairly quickly. So to answer the question, a few have moved forward, but not everyone that was in the planning phase at our time or that might have been talked about, to my knowledge.
Thank you.
So if we talk about other facilities, moving to the next page, then 18 of 74 of the document, you know, it does identify some of the other facilities that, you know, are in this realm. So we have lots of private arenas in the county. Private in a sense that they are owned by private enterprises, but they may be available for public. Some are, some aren't. Of course, every facility is different. Think about it in a way, in a sense of like homes. You don't really ever go into a home. Let's think about it like rural homes. You get some cookie cutter neighborhoods in town, but that's not where our minds go around this table. But rural homes, they're all a little bit different. Of course, they all have similar core amenities. Of course, we can guarantee there's gonna be a bathroom in a home and there's gonna be a kitchen. But there could be a lot of other amenities based on the values or the needs of that family. And that's very much the same as riding arenas. Every one that's developed, whether it's developed by a public entity for public use, developed by a private entity for public use, or a private entity for private use, there's gonna be different amenities, a different combination, size, scope, functionality. And so it's very hard to apples any one of these facilities in a holistic way. The only way you can really ever do that is to deconstruct them and compare amenity by amenity, feature by feature. But, you know, we do have a number of them, which I think demonstrates that we do have a burgeoning industry or a thriving industry as it relates to agri-recreation. We also have numerous community halls and indoor ice arenas. Of course, the arenas in the past have served as the ag-recreation facilities. That has no longer been available for some time in Rocky. Caroline still juggles that purpose down there when it comes to 4-H and their bull riding and other dirt-based events. And please just jump in with questions. We're gonna plow through a ton of history and data, so it might be best if you have a question to ask it when you have it. Otherwise, it could get buried through the mountain of information. So we're gonna touch a little bit on trends. Actually, we're gonna skip through trends, and we're gonna go to stakeholder consultation. So page 26 of 74, section 5. So it's 43 of 90 of the document. Awesome. So stakeholder consultations, we were, you know, fairly proud of the thorough stakeholder plan that was implemented throughout this process, and it garnered some incredible responses from the community. We did a bit of our stakeholder process was two-pronged. It included questionnaires and interviews, and so from the group questionnaires, you know, we got a bit of information around who their members were. And so you see, you know, basically the groups that we consulted from age 5 to 60, they had members. That's a pretty large recreation base. You know, and when it comes to looking at facilities, when we're trying to target as many of the ratepayers or our community members we can, you know, that's a good indication that we're on the right track potentially. When these groups were asked whether they were planning on, or whether they felt their group was gonna grow, remain stable, or decline, greater than half of them felt that they would grow. So as we move along, you know, when asked if the groups felt that a facility like this was needed in our community, the question was, do the current facilities in our community meet the needs of these groups? 61% felt that they did not, 17% felt they did, and 22% felt they weren't sure. And you know, a little bit of the not sure was we don't really know what the new facility is going to have in it, so we don't really know. And for the ones that answered no, the answer was we know that, the current facilities do not. So that's where a little bit of the discrepancy was. But a fairly strong indicator that the community suggests this would be a facility that would likely be needed and utilized.
And Councillor Melhoff perhaps has a comment?
Thank you. What is, for lack of a better word, the statute of limitations on these questionnaires? When should they be redone? Because this is from 2015, right?
Sure.
So when would you suggest they are needed, or is this information pretty solid, good to go?
Yeah, I mean, I think, but it really depends on what the questions were and what information, whether it expires after 5 days, 5 minutes, 5 years. I think for this survey, not a lot has changed in the community, and nor has ag recreation. And so I think, though it needs to be still viewed through the lens of the date that it was captured, I think, if we look at, what's happened in our community since then, I don't think we could suggest that people are moving away from outdoor ag-based recreation. In fact, I think we could suggest the alternative. We're seeing more people, getting into these types of things, not just ag-based recreation, but any outdoor recreation pursuits. Livestock ownership is going up from an acreage-based perspective, in our opinions. Obviously, the farmers are still in the business as they've always been. So, though we would, potentially value an opportunity to go back and re-consult in a sense of checking to see if this data is still good, maybe adding to it slightly. I do think that it's still very valuable.
Perfect, thank you.
And I would kind of maybe have a related question, looking at the graphic that's there. Is there anything has there been more of these competitive facilities, if you would, developed in this time frame over the last 7 or 8 years? Kind of ones that have come on stream or been repurposed or not being used. So I'm just trying to get a perspective. Has the stockpile or the number of these facilities went up, down, stayed about the same? What is your perspective on that?
So, from the public facility perspective, the Class A facility, if you will, owned by a public entity, available to anybody that wants to use it, and potentially with the opportunity to subsidize youth activities, no, that has not been developed in the community. So when we get down into private-owned facilities that are open to public, we have had some movement there. So within that realm, the Class A facilities, and so I would class the ones that have the most amenities, the most functionality. Seen a little change there. Probably seen a facility or two added in that realm. We've probably seen some facilities that would have been considered maybe Class B or C, so maybe less amenities and functionality in a sense that only just have an arena, maybe no wash racks, maybe no camping, maybe no, and those have probably dropped off. And whether they've just been moved out of the public circulation and are now just considered private-owned, private use. So yeah, we have seen some movement. I think what we've seen is actually supported what RC suggested we'd see. The facilities that didn't have the functionality in a sense of both structured and unstructured, so both kind of rent it and do what you want sort of model, like a renting the ice and having a free skate with your family, that unstructured environment. Those are sort of becoming less desirable, and folks are wanting more structured. So they want you to organize a clinic, whether it's, working a little bit on your training on your horse or learning a new skill. They want these structured. And so that's where I think the Class A private facilities that are open for public use, that have programming attached to them, have sort of become more desirable. And just rent the dirt floor, do what you want in there for an hour or two or a day. they're still out there, they're still being utilized, but maybe those opportunities are less in the market, and the more structured ones are more. And RC told us that. You know, they have a crystal ball in this realm. They looked into it, they told us that, and we're seeing that come to fruition. People want programming. And we're also seeing that in other recreation, whether it's West Country Trail use. You know, they don't want to just run around with no plan. They want to have some structure out there. So that, I mean, I think that makes sense. Councillor Swanson?
So in past council, we have developed recreation areas. Have you seen any application for some of these private arenas that are taking advantage of that too, to be able to put in more programming? Because to me, that's another opportunity for some of these privates to offer to in that regard. So just any comment on that?
Yeah, that's a great question. We have seen ag recreation engage and embrace our new rec model, as Councillor Swanson's referring to, which is the establishment of rec boards essentially everywhere there's development in the county. So no matter who you are, if you're a community group providing recreation to the public, you have an opportunity to apply to a rec board now. And we have seen ag recreation engage. It's not necessarily a private indoor facility owner, specifically like we're talking today, but a very related function of a sort of a public not-for-profit group that operates an outdoor facility that has engaged us and has been successful in getting some rec funding to increase the amenities at their venue. So yeah, the answer is yes. We do expect as our rec boards become more established, communicate better, and are more known in their areas, we expect more ag recreation opportunities to potentially be considered by those boards. Awesome. So if we just keep chugging along into the next page of the page 30 of 74, talks about the meat and potatoes of what people want to see. What are the amenities that your group values the most? And again, keeping in mind, these were comments from the groups themselves. So the leaders of the groups engaged the group. Leaders of the group provided feedback to our mechanism. So obviously the full size, 150 by 200 foot indoor riding area, 89%. So full size, that is important. There is not a full size indoor arena available in the county, private or public, including the arenas. So if we wanted to have a actual sanctioned barrel event, not possible in this county today. And so I think, you know, there's a lot of debate around that. Well, you can still have events without it. That's very true. Certain events would not be possible. I don't debate what the community wants. It says it's right there. You know, it's at the top of the list. So I'm not going to suggest otherwise, that it wasn't something needed by the community when it was 89% of the respondents. Meeting rooms, you know, this one, you know, back to Councillor Malhaf's, we've added a fair bit of availability for public meeting rooms since, and by we, you know, I mean the county and its recreation partners, whether it be the town or others. You know, our engagement in community halls, we hope has made the community halls be potentially open more often to youth groups at a reasonable cost, and we are seeing that. So this might be one where I'd look and go, hey, what do you guys think today with the opportunities we have today? But it may also be there because it's sometimes nice to have a quick little meeting after your youth group or your group does, you know, so you go out, you do a clinic, you learn how to rope, come back and you do sort of the classroom stuff of it, or you proceed, you know, it with that. So there may be sort of a linkage that's not going to necessarily work.
Councillor Radcliffe.
I was just wondering how many respondents there were for this survey.
For the written survey, at the start,
I saw one further back that said 18.
so we had 23 responses, and keep in mind that is 23 user groups that have significant amount of members. So several hundred folks involved in the ag recreation were a part of the questionnaires. That was the questionnaire portion And that was targeted, direct to them. It was, sent out, hey, 4-H group, we know you're, active in the space of ag recreation. Would you do this, questionnaire? It wasn't necessarily something that was put out to the public. It was focused directly on the folks that, understood what a 150 by 200 arena was and what you could do there, and so on and so forth.
Okay, thank you.
And
So you can see some of the other amenities. 50% want, 56% would like to see campground. Super important in the realm of ag recreation regarding livestock. People need to stay where their livestock are. They want to be there. They don't want to be half an hour away at a campground up the road or too far away from their livestock. They want to be able to be there and be able to check on them before they go to bed, get up first thing and deal with them. So super important in this ag recreation venue. And then, we can start seeing, those top 4 or 5, concessions, grandstand seating, the banquet facility, 39%. At the time, we were fairly capped in this community. If you wanted to have a large gathering, nothing's changed there. We're still very capped. The largest venue in this community for an indoor gathering would be Lousopet. And so that's impeded this community potentially from having larger events that could bring significant economic development. This component, and you'll see as we move into the potential concept plan for a facility, was a very significant component both from stakeholders' desires, but also from the potential return on operating costs for a future facility.
And if I remember correctly, when this survey was circulated, this question was basically which 5 of these things you feel are most important in a facility. Is that
That's
correct?
very correct. Yeah, there was a significant amount of amenities, much more than the list you see here. Of normal amenities you would see in, I shouldn't say normal. Amenities you would typically see around the province or around the industry in these facilities, and they were listed out. And then, as the Reeve mentioned, that each user group was sort of asked to prioritize their top 5 or 7. I don't know exactly what it was, somewhere in that realm.
Thank you.
So if we want to, chug along from the areas of the amenities, the next question asked respondents if their organization would use a new rec facility. 68% said yes, 32% said not sure. Nobody said no. And then we asked what potential uses there could be from each group, and as you can see, significant amount of workshop conventions. So those were typically, for the most part, relative to agriculture, but not necessarily. There was some other groups that were consulted specifically on their propensity to bring in large workshops and conventions. But for the most part, folks were in this space were from the ag recreation realm. Horse show and sales, significant rodeo and or agriculture related competitions, not surprising. It's kind of the bread and butter of these facilities. Interesting enough, that was the third though. It just shows you, I think how important I think a facility beyond just riding your horse in would be for this community. Festivals, fairs, trade shows, tractors, antique shows, events, cattle shows and sales, other livestock shows and sales. One of the biggest impactful comments that was made to me at this time from, I believe it was a peer breeder. So there was some, it wasn't just recreation groups that were engaged, private enterprise, including peer breeding livestock operators in the county were consulted. And one of them during this process looked at me and said, you know, one of the saddest thing is we were one of the more significant counties in the whole province for raising cattle, which is very true. We haven't had a bull sale in this county since the Coles Auction Mart left town. And that was impactful to me because there is hundreds, maybe even thousands of bulls bought in this county. Have you ever been to a bull sale? It's an event. We don't get out all winter because we're calving our cows. So then when we get out in the spring, we get out and we turn it into an event. It's a date night. It's everything. And so there's some economic development to go around with that. That's all leaving our county. Rimby, pretty much every community around us sells bulls to us, and we all come home, haul the bulls home, and breed them, raise them, feed them. You know, we need to do our own commerce in the livestock industry in this county, and so that was just sort of a top of the fence rail comment that has rested with me throughout this process. It's very true. Obviously, farther down on the list when it comes to, you know, the community, but nonetheless important. And back to the rural and cultural lifestyle, the Western lifestyle, you know, you have bull sales. Moving along, you know, we had some questionnaires then that sort of wanted to dial in on the importance of some of these amenities to try to give us some idea of where they would rank as the concept comes through. And we'll keep just sort of chugging along. You know, the next question, page 33 talks about, you know, what ways they felt a new facility could enhance our region. You know, new residents, retain business, improve pride, improve quality of life, economic development. You know, those were some of the reasons why people felt this community could very much benefit from a facility, beyond, of course, the users groups that would specifically be using it. So here's some ways that the community groups were asked how they might be able to help get a facility developed. So of course, you know, most groups felt that they could help with design. Some groups felt they could help with fundraising. Many groups felt they could help with promotion and marketing. Some felt they could help with operations, and about a third of the groups felt that they could provide some funds through either donations or sponsorship. So here are the groups specifically that were interviewed through our consultation process. We just walked through the first kind of prong, which was the stakeholder questionnaire, and then we sort of drilled down with specific kind of user areas for interviews. And here we really wanted to talk about amenities and components. At this point, again, we heard that the indoor riding arena, full-size indoor riding arena would be the core, the hub. You know, very, very clear that the dirt floor, full-size, would be very important. Seating capacity, you know, was very important. And then things like, you know, those Class A public facility type amenities, wash bays, box stalls, loading areas, sound systems, those things that sort of separate the, you know, the private kind of private-owned public arena from, you know, the sort of big public event hosting arena. Some of the concerns the groups felt were, you know, this has been talked about for a long time and it failed and people were skeptical. Fair enough. Sometimes these things take a long time. There's concerns around community users having limited ability to pay, but the facility couldn't be feasible unless they do. This is a bit of a issue, conundrum, however you want to describe it, when it comes to all recreation. You know, to what level do we subsidize? To what amenities do we put in that are focused on those users that can pay, typically adults, versus youth who typically get a subsidized rate, but, you know, there's a balance there. So often the models say, you know, arena, the adults subsidize the youth, taxpayers subsidize everybody, you know, you know, there's certainly a consideration for sure. Horse and cow people don't get along. It's true, you know, good management will deal with those types of things. Good governance, good policy. Not too worried about that. We see other facilities get along just fine, and it's not always true. Sometimes they're the same people. Horse and cow people often are the same people. So yeah, it's you know, now with maybe that maybe more descriptive would have been. People in ag recreation are very opinionated and they were not scared of telling you. That's very true. And, you know, in a way they're easy to work with because you don't have to read between the lines. They'll be telling you what you think before you even know that you need to ask. So that's great. Makes my job a lot easier. A number of concerns also expressed over who might operate it. You know, and that's fair. We needed to ask those questions. We haven't got to an operating model because we haven't got to sort of a spot where we need to have those discussions, but it's prudent to have that information. You know, so the bottom, you know, a lot of talk about ownership and operations. So facility, we're gonna get into this section 6 now, facility programming and site selection criteria. So the project was broken out into 2 phases, quite common in these type of facility developments, and also, you know, a good way to sort of spread out the economic burden within a budget year. So you see phase 1 describes development of a new indoor agricultural recreation facility, riding arena to meet basic community needs. In phase 2, addition of banquet exhibition facility in order to increase the event hosting capacity and better meet community needs. So if we move into the second page, it describes sort of the facility programming or the amenity, also the size. You see all the amenities there, riding arena, press box, footing storage. So what that is, footing is essentially the dirt that the recreationists ride on. So it's called footings. It needs to stay dry. It needs to have a certain element of quality. There's a lot of science behind it. This is where the user groups sometimes disagree. Should be more clay, sand. Is it too dry? Is it wet? Lots and lots and lots of fiddling around with footings depending on the event coming. And that's where, you know, a good manager of a facility will earn their keep when it comes to manipulating footings for each event coming and making everybody happy. So anyway, if you see those things, footings, we want to think, you know, often the builders in us want to think about foundations and things. Footings for ag recreation purposes typically describes the dirt they're running on. Lobby space, some multi-purpose programming room, wash racks, 10 wash racks, super important to hosting large-scale throughput events where we're one you know, shows that move one animal off to the other. We need to have the supporting amenities in the back to make sure these animals can roll out with limited time in between to be spectator events. Nobody wants to be sitting there waiting. You know, you go to local rodeo, there's a little downtime between. You go to the PBR or CFR, there is no downtime. They are just one chute open after another. And so that is what separates sort of the high-end ag events, and you need these amenities in the back to do that. Temporary indoor stabling, box stalls, administration areas, office space, storage, concession, and then, you know, from the outdoor perspective, parking, camping, you know, we heard camping right away. Doesn't matter whether you're doing a small sort of internal 4-H show, you know, you got a 4-H horse show, couple day event, those folks, they want to stay, or whether you're doing a large scale horse sale, you know, what do these guys care about these horses? They're selling them. No, they still care about them. They want to make sure they're looking good for the new owners. They want to make sure that they're healthy. And so no matter what sort of scale of event, the campground is super important. And then outdoor show ring and practice area. These are important for those large events, but also can sort of expand the functionality of this facility in the summer, where we could have sort of 2 events going on at once, or a larger sort of event. Typically, the outdoor area is not used much at all in the winter, but it's very fundamental to sort of the summer use.
I would have one question around the temporary indoor stabling. That's a rather large indoor area. What exactly was envisioned for that? Am I assuming like a tent building or?
Yeah, essentially, for lack of a better word, it wasn't actually built into the same brick and mortar, if you will, of the riding arena itself. It was more, temporary is maybe not a great terminology, but,
Yeah, it says non-fixed structure.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I was trying to envision what that might be, but.
Yeah, Panoka has them in the back. I guess if you've ever been there, but yeah, it's not within the structure itself. They're non-fixed. You know, they're reasonably movable. Wouldn't call them portable. But basically, it's temporary because this isn't stabling. You would think about a horse stable around a big city where someone would pay rent to have their horse stay there. This would be stabling relative to an event, or relative to a show or sale. So the animals would be there, a few days or a few days before or after the event, but they wouldn't be there continuously. We're not necessarily, the purpose of this facility wasn't to get into that market where you're stabling and housing animals. Certainly a component to some of the private arenas around here. Not something we're thinking about. The market has more demand the closer you get to bigger cities. Not suggesting we don't see some of the folks from the cities come out here and stable their horses, but way more viable of a business closer to the cities. And that things are changing. We're seeing that. Not a lot of people here in Clearwater County with all the grass in the world pay somebody to, stable a horse. Some people do, but that's more of an urban enterprise.
And would I be correct to assume that footing storage would be similar, or would it be part of the permanent non-movable structure?
Footing storage still needs to be heated,
Okay,
but it wouldn't necessarily need to be within the main structure.
so it's really meant for a place for that dirt floor to be moved if you were having something that didn't need the dirt
Yeah.
floor or didn't want the dirt floor?
Yeah, so the facility was designed with a concrete floor on the bottom, so all the footings could be moved out, and say a trade show could set up there if it needed to be on concrete. Fairly common in some venues where they're moving the footings in and out. There's a cost there, understand that. Equipment, diesel to be burned. But with a good sort of, manager that can organize, move the footings out for a month or two, you do your concrete floor events, and then you move on. Or, depending on the event, the renter pays for the footings to be moved out, as part of their rental agreement, and move back in. Key thing for the footing storage is typically it needs to be heated so that footings isn't frozen in the winter, but also, humidity, things need to be, they also will do processing in there to potentially. So, to manage dust's always an issue. The process in that storage area maybe to mix canola meal, or to add water, or what have you. Sometimes that processing's done as they're laying that footing out back into the, they'll add canola meal then, or they'll add their dust suppressant, or their moisture, or whatever, extra sand, whatever they're doing for that event. They'll do that potentially in that storage area. Needs to be accessible by machinery, obviously, to move it in and out. Doesn't necessarily need to be a part of the core building structure that houses the arena.
So I guess further to that, if there was an event such as a tractor pull or something, you'd have staff be able to manipulate that to meet that event's kind of requirements and have a place to store that for the next one?
Yep.
Kind of
Yeah,
idea?
so you may, depending on the sophistication of the facility, they may have 2, 3, 4 different types of footings, depending on the event. A tractor pull, they might want more clay so they can get some traction. Whereas, say a a horse event that needs some give, so horses aren't wrecking their legs, they want a little more sand. And so maybe you have a pile of footings that is more situated for barrel racing, and you have a pile of footings that the tractor pull in the supercross race uses. Clay-based traction for dirt bikes or tractors or whatever. That would all be sort of stored and separated in that footing storage, moved in and out by the facility crews.
Perfect, thank you. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. You pretty much already answered my question, because, yeah, there's obviously multiple kinds of footings, even new ones that are actually not even dirt at all, that a lot of people are really getting. The one in Ponoka now has one of their arenas that has this new non-dirt footing that they're getting a lot of traction on, because they don't have to add things like canola meal, et cetera, to it. So, yeah, lots of different footings, so footing storage becomes very important.
Yep, no, that's a great point. There's technology there. And that technology is helping deal with some of the health issues, but also some of those efficiencies of moving quite a few tons of dirt in and out of those facilities to get them ready for the next event. Concrete floor was though deemed sort of necessary to make sure that the multi-use facility, the alternative is you go dirt floor, do everything on dirt. That really limits the multi-use of that facility, and also affects the potential ability to collect user fees. All right, so that's sort of.
Councillor Melhoff has another question.
My
Active
bad.
footings. Was there any thought put into, have you seen those arenas that have, like, there's dirt floor, but then they have the suspended, comes down and becomes like it's not wood, they're poly or a synthetic build. But then they don't have to move the footings, they just lower it on top?
Yeah, I think that was considered. There is a ton of maintenance and certifications needed to operate that type of floor, like crazy cost prohibitive. You could move tons of dirt with.
For the cost of that.
Yeah, and I don't want to sound like, as my colleague in Public Works is sitting across from me, they move a lot of dirt. Dirt moving is like in the county's blood. So I don't want to make it sound like that, like moving a small amount of footings is a monumental task. It's not. And when it comes to, what the county can do, the efficiencies with equipment, that's just part of doing business in a riding arena.
My thought was, if you were to have like bull sale during the day, you could lower the floor without taking a footing out and have a dancing and dinner, and the exhibition hall might be able to be delayed.
For sure. When we talk about stretching the users and obviously increasing the amount of users fees that can be generated, that's an attractive scenario, and we'd absolutely look at that again. It has been 5 or 6 years. Possibly those types of systems have gotten a whole lot more affordable because technology has moved. So definitely something that we would look at again before we, started striking things in stone. But that sort of setup was I think considered during the kind of concept planning.
Thank you.
Chugging along to phase 2 facility programming. The second phase would add an additional 400 seats to the indoor riding arena to bring us into that sort of large scale event hosting. We'd add another 100 temporary stalls, as the Reeve mentioned, non-fixed stabling. That would bring us up to 200 total. A box office then, which would sort of go with that large event sort of give you the ability to sell tickets at the door, manage both public coming in and out of the facility and public looking to purchase admission. Banquet hall, 1,000-person capacity, or 50 display booths, tables and display booths for a trade show. That's mentioned in there because we got a lot of feedback in this community, that there would be a lot of opportunity for, say, an ATV or a camper trade show. They do them in the cities where they roll a whole bunch of campers into, say, the Centrium. Nobody camping in Red Deer. They camp here. So why don't we do that here? Same thing with oil and gas. They do training, where, you know, they need a large area, say, you know, learn about a blowout preventer, throw it on the floor of the dirt arena, you got 50, 100 guys that are now, you know, getting after it. So there was a lot of, sort of subsequent opportunities from industry, you know, that could be available should we add 1,000 person banquet or 50 display booths. Commercial kitchen, obviously, you know, you're gonna have these events, people gotta eat. Multi-purpose programming meeting rooms, so you know, kind of add those additional breakout rooms. You know, it's setting up like, you know, conferences could host here, things of that nature. Some more storage, and then administration's, you know, a little bit more office space and administration area to reflect the kind of growing nature of the business enterprise associated with phase 2 of this building. Then outdoor, you know, really just expanding what we put in place in the first phase, additional parking, you know, adding additional vehicle or spectator stalls, but also trailer stalls for the participants of the event. And then more camping, 25 additional unserviced stalls.
One question I would have, I just was looking at the commercial kitchen size. 3,000 square feet is an absolutely gigantic commercial kitchen, as far as my understanding. Is that intended to service like the 1,000 people? Is that?
That's correct.
That's the idea?
Yeah, so if you had a 1,000 person conference, wedding, bull sale, whatever it is, that the kitchen would be able to turn out the food needed to feed somebody in a sit-down meal, you know, within an hour. And again, this wasn't set in stone. This was RC's best estimate based on other, you know, that could be refined. We never consulted catering companies. It's not RC that's gonna be feeding 1,000 people. It'd be local catering companies, likely. And so it might behoove us, if we get one step to refine a concept, it might behoove us to sit down with some of these companies and say, is this what you need? These are the amenities you need? You know, we engage the users of the riding arena part, not necessarily the users of the commercial, and so that could be easily done. If that needs to be refined down to 2,000 or 2,500, so be it. Now keep in mind, you know, things like cooler space and all that included in this, so on and so forth.
And I would probably be getting ahead of ourselves, or at least myself here. This would have been included in the phase 2, the commercial kitchen would have been, and that would have been that additional cost related to the base facility to add this extra functionality later.
Phase 1 only had a concession area, if you will, which is just sort of, you know, you're not doing a lot of cooking. You're certainly not cooking a 5-course meal there. And maybe you're serving a hot dog, chili, bags of chips, that kind of stuff, you know, similar to what you would see at the Ball Diamonds in Rocky or Caroline. And then, you know, the next phase, triggered by the 1,000 person banquet hall, then would see a commercial kitchen that would be able to turn out that, you know, 1,000 people meal. So we'll just chug along to site selection criteria. This was another super important component of the work that we did. And there was a lot of time put into this, both with the committee, but also with our consultants. And so at the time, we didn't have land necessarily available for this. And so we wanted to have some criteria for the county as they were looking at potentially acquiring land in the future, to be able to understand what would be needed in a site for a potential ag-rec facility.
So I hate to interrupt just for a second here. I have to take a call. Sorry, I'm gonna pass the helm to Deputy Reeve Northcott here, and I'll be back in about 5, but I must make this call.
So if it pleases the Deputy Reeve, I'll just keep chugging along here.
Perfect.
Awesome. So the site selection criteria, top of the list, very, very important to the success and potential usability and functionality of a facility would be proximity to a population center. So 1,000 people at a banquet, they need a place to stay. They need hotels, they need the amenities that come with a population center. So very important if we're going to realize the facility and all the amenities. Now, somebody would say, well, geez, that's really contradictory because you just talked about how people want to camp on site. We're not going to mix up the folks that are participating in the event. So we'll say this is a pro rodeo, because we're going to get one of them in this community indoor event. So the folks, that bring the horses and the livestock, the contractors, the participants, they're going to want to camp there. Like I mentioned, they're going to want to be with their livestock. They're going to, it's a full-time job, keeping track of your critters, and they're going to want to be on site. The people that are all visiting to see the event, they don't necessarily want to camp. Maybe they do, but for the most part, they're going to want to stay in town, maybe shop, going to want to hit a restaurant up, in between the shows. And so that's where the proximity to the population center is so important. Certainly more important to the second phase than the first phase. If we don't have the first phase done right, it doesn't, so they can't be separate. Second phase can't be close to a population center, first phase not. That's not how it'll work. And so, that's why it's at the top of the list. Super important. Ability to accommodate further expansion. Of course, we need to have a lot of ground because there's often amenities. Well, for starters, we talked about 2 phases here, so we need that ability. But there's often amenities that grow out of this that were outside the concept of the plan. So, a trail potentially connecting into the Pony Club infrastructure. For those that aren't aware, the Pony Club operates a significant facility focused on ag recreation, horse, equine, gymkhana type stuff, kind of in the Crimson Lake area for a broad description. And so, wouldn't be very far from the Rocky region to connect into there, and that would provide a lot of value for that industry and area of recreation. Just one example of other amenities. And so not maybe discussed in the ability to accommodate further expansion. Having a fair amount of ground will give us the flexibility to deal with the operations of this. So manure is one that, gets dealt with all the time. If we've got a decent amount of land, we can deal with the manure on site and we can manage the trucking costs of it to either the landfill or to a farmer that'll take it on their fields. Having an animal escape and then boom, land right on a highway, not ideal. But if we've got, a decent amount of ground, we can have some fail-safe, secondary fencing, things like that can help the participants wrangle up a stray animal that's maybe breached the first level of containment. So having a good amount of area around, super important. Proximity to major roadways, super important. Spent a good chunk of the morning talking about dust. Want to minimize those issues when we have potentially 1,000 people rolling into a venue. Livestock trailers kick up a ton of dust. They are a mile long and they're going slow because we don't want to dust out our critters in the back of the trailer. So, and then they're heavy. They're often heavy. They're loaded with animals, they're loaded with water, they're loaded with hay. And so we want to possibly see a ban-free road, in conjunction. Pavement, ban-free road, kind of, ticking the boxes. Proximity to convenience amenities, very much, related to the number one. This is going to be very much to realize the vision in this feasibility plan. We need to have the proximity to those conveniences. The land site be publicly owned. It's pretty self-explanatory. And available cost efficiencies. So, as I mentioned, not every land is created equally in as far as its ability to host a facility like this. And so, this was maybe relative to the North Saskatchewan River Park discussion where that was a great spot. Everybody loves that spot. It would, if we didn't know what we know, it would be a fabulous spot for it. But cost prohibitive because of the geotechnical issues I mentioned and some of the other ones.
Yep, Councillor Malaf.
Oh, thank you. Well, we're talking about cost. I wonder if this would be an appropriate time to ask how this fits into the rec agreement.
With the town?
Yeah.
Currently, it does not fit within the rec agreement.
Okay, so there would look at, we would either have to relook at the rec agreement, or this would be a single Clearwater County venture only.
There's three options there. You just hit two of them. The third one would be that the current capital rec agreement we have talks about reviewing capital on case by case. So town could consider it. If you're suggesting that the town may want to participate, especially if it's this close to their community.
And the economic development that it could.
Economic development, if those are decisions council make, I think it would behoove a discussion. And at that time, they could consider it. Or the other two options you laid out, which is we go it alone, or we create a whole new agreement with this in mind. All three of those are potential options that I see the council could consider in the future when sort of those considerations need to be brought together.
Thank you.
And Ms. Bronda, Sirhan. Yeah.
Yeah, and when considering costs, as you're gonna hear me say over and over again, probably in the next little while, is this a project that ties to your priorities in the strategic plan that you've just adopted and set out, and is it a project that's in the 10-year capital plan, and is it a project that fits the criteria to be funded by a community purse? So does it support the majority of the ratepayers? Is this what you see the vision of your community looking like? And then is there funds set aside in restricted surplus, and how do you plan on funding that, and how long do you take to fund that? Do you borrow? Do you just reassign restricted surplus? So there's a lot of decisions surrounding cost, and then of course the implications of operating that facility once it is built. Is there capacity in your current staff? Would there be additional staff that would need to be hired? What are the cost implications for operating that facility moving forward? Is it the same as the rest of the recreation program where it is being subsidized by the community purse? And does that make sense? So lots of cost considerations for sure.
Mr. Martinson?
Awesome, thank
Yeah,
you. If there's no other questions, I'll just keep chugging along as we move through this document. You'll see, I think we're gonna breeze through the concept plans. This is, the drawings of what a potential facility could look like for visualization purposes, of course. When you go out to do consultation and talk to people, you wanna see these things. This is by no means what the project actually has to look like. This was concept drawings. If we ever move into a scenario, Mr. Hansen would take this information as far as the amenities and sizing, but when his professionals did the design, it may or may not look like this when we're all said and done. Of course, there's site issues that sort of drive the bus and best practices and all those things, but they are sort of helpful to sort of visualize what this could look like. What also is helpful is considering other facilities and things of that nature. So yeah, we'll leave the drawings where they are, and we'll move right into kind of financial implications. You know, again, this is, as Councillor Malhalf pointed out, this is a part of the document that is stale. You know, dollars have changed, we understand building costs have changed, things of that nature. So the capital cost estimates give you a little bit of a ballpark sense, you know, give you a sense of the difference between phase 1 and 2. But ultimately, you know, we should update these if, you know, if we're sort of still serious and considering moving forward. I will, you know, maybe touch a little bit on the operating costs. They may be more relevant. But just one thing, as you'll see, the operating costs between phase 1 and 2, even though phase 2 costs more to build, there's actually more of a return or less subsidization done. And that's important when we think of the core amenities versus maybe what the nice to haves would be. So I think, you know, if we're thinking of the riding arena, we go, well, the actual dirt arena, that's a core amenity. That's not a nice to have. You don't have a riding arena without it. And then maybe the commercial kitchen or the banquet facility, that's a nice to have. But when it comes to paying the bills and the operating revenue, the banquet facility and the commercial kitchen are paying the bills, and without them, the subsidization potential would be higher. Makes sense. People that are going to have a 1,000-person event, they got the ability to pay a little more for users. 4-H North, the kids of 4-H North, to use the riding arena for a day, they don't have the ability to pay at all. And under a lot of models, they wouldn't be asked to pay. You know, often in comparable facilities, the kids get use at no cost, and the adults pay, and you know, the county sort of, or the municipal government tops up the remainder like they would a pool or arena, and you know, life goes on. That's sort of how that model works, to make sure that youth recreation is affordable and available, sort of priority number 1. And then we want to have access to adults, but they can pay a little bit. So just, that's all I wanted to point out. So keep in mind, you know, the capital cost is certainly one component of it, but then keep in mind the operating, which you know, the capital cost is a one-time cost. The operating 25 to 35 years would be the hope, if not more. So that's sort of what's at stake when considering, you know, what amenities are in and out. So I think that's really all we need to talk about for the you know, the funding model. This is what's sort of happened in the past with some successful projects, but by no means the only model out there. You know, some typical risk analysis type stuff. And then conclusions. You know, I think, you know, that's really the meat and potatoes of this document. And I think I'd probably leave it at there for my kind of overview of this document. It's a public document. It's been on our website since 2015 when it was finalized and presented to council. So I will sort of leave it at that. I do see a question probably from Councillor Malhalf here.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Malhalf.
Awesome, thank you. Well, as always, right? I'm always asking questions. To me, this is much like an urban has a pool, right? It's literally a hole in the ground they throw money in, right? This is very much the rural equivalent of the pool, so to speak. I agree with you when it comes to the exhibition hall with the arena. They're kind of a package deal. One will pay for the other. Operationally, as much as any rec facility can do so. Doing some of the math over the weekend, it looks like the actual capital asset, we're really never going to recover the capital expenditure of that, which is why I use the pool as the example, because they feel the same to me. I definitely see a need for something like this in our community, and I thank all of the work that you and your team have put into such a well-done document. And hopefully we can come to what's gonna work best in our community going forward.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, except for I'd like to think, and I think in a lot of situations, a pool costs more capital and takes more operating. So when rural Alberta is likely considered more conservative and fiscally responsible, it would be our pool.
Those excellent, oh, and Mr. Hanson, yes.
No, it was a great presentation there, Matt. There's a couple of things I want to just include from a budget perspective as this is being carried in the Public Works Infrastructure budget. A little bit of history first, because we love a history lesson. So this project wasn't discussed very much with the last council. Over the previous 4 years to this council being here, it wasn't talked about a lot. It was really the council prior to that. They were the ones that set up there was an annual funding of $1 million for the 4 years. So that's how we started building the restricted surplus for this project. I think it was very similar to the same time that they were looking at funding the new administration building. They actually were putting $1 million per year into the new admin build, as well as the ag rec facility. And I believe it was just a motion that every year we'd bring back, add the additional $1 million into restricted surplus. But I do believe it was the last council that actually just said, you know, we capped it at $4 million. And then, so from a budget perspective, what was presented to you in December was that in 2024, we had the balance of that reserve was $3.7 million. And the additional 8.3 was from tax revenue. So we would really be looking for a funding strategy, which Mr. Rand will be getting into later today about, you know, restricted surplus and maybe surplus from last year, et cetera, funding strategy for these different types of things. And so the long range forecast for the phase 2, there again, no funding strategy has been identified other than tax revenue. So really some more thought needs to be put into how that would be possibly funded if this council wanted to go that way, because that would be a real big hit on for a tax revenue for a single year. But the other last point I wanted to make is that been kind of chasing this project down the timeline as a placeholder. That's why you do not see, you know, a more detailed approach to a project this size would be a multi-year build. We need to have preliminary engineering done a year prior to construction, for example. Really, we've kind of looked at this as a placeholder. That's why you're seeing in 2024 as $12 million all coming in 1 year. Would be highly unlikely that we'd be able to say in 2023, yeah, go, and by the end of 2024 have a project completed. That's not feasible. So very much so placeholders. If this council was serious about moving forward with the project, you know, specifically start with when you would want it to be opened, we would come back with a recommendation to say how that should be funded in order to actually meet that goal. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation.
Oh, and thanks, and Reeve Lahid.
Yeah, I would have a comment too through the study that was done and through the questionnaires that were out there. Looking at page 34 of 74, there was definitely some less enthusiasm as the funding model started to drift towards the ratepayer as opposed to the user. So people that wanted to directly contribute funds, that was down to 31%. There wasn't even a choice if you wanted to contribute through increased taxes to do that. So that might be a question that the community needs to have asked to them. Is this still how they reflect what they want to have within the community? I think I can definitely see that this would be a terrific facility to have, and I can see all the potential there is there to promote our region. But ultimately, this facility will create a drain on the public purse over the future, and we just have to balance, is that balance with the economic development and the overall service level and functionality and how we view ourselves? Are we still current? And I think that's worth asking the question. Anyway, that's my comment for now. I'll turn it back over to you.
Excellent. Well, and since we do have our Reeve back, I'll just hand the floor back over to our Reeve, and I think we're getting close to a break anyways, but
yeah, I think if I'm looking at the clock on the wall,
yep.
I don't think we're too far away from that. So thank you, and Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lahid. I know that there is support in the community for a facility like this. I'm not sure if there's enough support to carry it, that it probably would be like a pool, you just keep throwing money in it. But I think we certainly would need to go to the public with a final plan if that's what we think we need to do. You know, if we think we need to move ahead on a facility like this.
Mr. Martinson? Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. What is the population base for a that would normally be served by a facility of this size? So is our population too small to service a facility of this size, or is this kind of the size that our population needs?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question in a lot of senses. Like I say, it's really hard to apples anything across the province, but you know, with our population and being so close to Highway 2 corridor populations, but actually being reasonably far from a Class A facility, Claire's home, you know, Panoka, those types of areas serve either comparative or smaller populations to us. And so without sort of having some kind of science-based information to say otherwise, I would say, you know, some cowboy logic would suggest we're well situated with our proximity to Red Deer and the distance that we have to a competitive facility, in a sense that would fight for 1,000 people venues with us. Because it is, I mean, in the scheme of things, that is a consideration for these venues. You know, when municipalities, whether it's Shaw, Conference Centre, the City of Edmonton's in, they have a monopoly on those large conferences. That's how they're able to do it. If they didn't, they wouldn't be able to do it. They'd be out of it. And so we have to consider that. There isn't anything here close to this. That's why it was designed that way. Unlikely that any private operator would do this. I don't see the cost benefit analysis, obviously, as we've pointed out. Very same realms. I've never seen a private sector business develop a pool, public pool. So, you know, I think that's sort of the question is, will the business case as laid out actually serve us in reality? And I would suggest yes. We're not even considering the tourism folks. You know, you asked about our static population. It's a great question. An additional great question to that would be, you know, the folks already coming out that would take in an event now that they're out here, and also the folks that would come out just specifically to come to this event. And I think those are also meaningful. Also something, if we had another opportunity to refine this data, I'd like to task the consultants to look at that. It wasn't something we looked at. Again, you can only cast a net so wide. And you learn a lot, you know, over 5-6 years. And so, yeah, if there is another opportunity to refine this data, we do have a few components that we would tack on. Councillor Ratcliffe's perspective on further consultation, both from an amenity perspective, but also we got to make, you know, really sure this can be used and it's going to be supported. You know, no matter which direction we go and what if any facilities built, those things have to be absolutely well understood by this council.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Sure, go ahead, please.
This might actually be more of a question for yourself regarding the infrastructure requirements. How close to infrastructure, like water and sewer, does a facility like this need to be built?
Mr. Hanson?
So, absolutely, preferably with a venue of this size, if it could be hooked up to a municipal water system, wastewater system, that would be a huge advantage, considering the footprint it would require for water disposal on a private system, then the water treatment that's provided, like, because of the commercial use. From a development standpoint, it'd be much better to be hooked into a municipal water and wastewater system. I'm not saying that it's impossible to do with a private system, but additional cost, of course, and then the footprint that treatment requires.
What is the normal distance from a from a system then, that you could be like kilometer, 2 kilometers?
Yeah, that's not,
is
that's not
that-
absolutely unreasonable, you know, between through the piping, lift stations, et cetera. It's just the accessibility, the access to that type of system. There again, the county only has one location in all, out of all of our hamlets that have actually water and wastewater, which is the hamlet of Nordegg. So we don't have water we don't have water in Condor or Leslieville, for example. There was some discussion, let's say, in proximity to Rocky Mountain House, you know, with the upgrades that they're doing, that really would change the conversation that we've had even from 4 years ago in that regard to, you know, there was the joint development area conversation, not to digress this conversation completely or take away from it, but a large municipal water system, wastewater system would be preferable by far.
Thank you.
And one last question before we take a recess here, so. Yes. Oh, sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Tracy Lynn, we were both pointing at the same person at the same time.
Okay.
So you're it.
I'm
Go
it.
ahead,
Okay,
Councillor
thanks.
Swanson.
So having this presented again to me, I've had lots of conversations, yes, in regards in the past to this specific plan. And yes, I agree with Councillor Ratcliffe that there needs to be more something more current. But we've lost an auction mark. When I look at a synthetic floor, I know the Masters Games looked at a synthetic floor, putting over the ice and borrowing those specific floor from Drayton Valley. So that was an option. So I know that it is possible to put over ice. Now, whether it puts over dirt, that's something different. When I look at a banquet facility now at 1,000 people, and understanding the last almost 3 years that we've gone through group gatherings as little as 10 people to 1,000, I'm thinking we need to reevaluate that in the future, and maybe it becomes, instead of a banquet, it becomes a year-round farmers market with retail space for them to be able to operate from the outside versus a banquet. And yes, you could still clear out the dirt and have that banquet in the middle of the arena if you so needed. We all dance with our boots on, so that's a good thing. Yeah, the information is based, I looked, it was based on 2014 dollars. Maybe this needs to come back and be reevaluated as to what the needs are, how much the groups have been growing or declining, because you did say, you mentioned 50 groups were interviewed, and reevaluate our population as to maybe they see something different as a multi-use building. Yes, agriculture focused, maybe agri-food focused, and going about it that way.
Thank you for that. Definitely, I've heard the comments around an event center need, like something that's actually focused on not just one particular activity, but could be more multi-purpose, as you mentioned. That's great. I hope we all can join again after our recess. I think it's an appropriate time to take a half-hour recess. Or, sorry. Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Look for a motion to receive for information. Deputy Reeve Northcott, any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
In favor.
In favor.
Thanks. Thank you all. We'll take a 40-minute recess. Okay, that's better. Welcome back, everyone, anyway, so. Continuing on from our discussions of this morning, I think we had pretty much covered most of item 5.1. That will move us to item 6, which is actually a closed session, so I would be looking for a motion to move into closed session. Councillor Ratcliffe? All those in favor?
In favor.
Okay, that's carried. Thank you very much. again, sure, we're probably still okay with that page. Well, welcome back, everyone. I think we will have no motions coming out of closed session. And just looking to staff, there's nothing further we need to discuss here, so I would be looking for a motion for adjournment. Deputy Reeve Northcott, all those in favor?
In favor.
Thank you very much. We're adjourned.